three causative factors for murders are arguments, misunderstanding, road rage, provocation, vigilantism, and robbery. And as I've indicated, that most of the crime is argument and misunderstanding, we are therefore calling for tolerance amongst the community. Honorable Chairperson, members, the killing of our police officers on duty, off duty, is a serious concern. We have lost 10 members in this current quarter, or the quarter under review. 6 were killed while off duty, 4 while off duty. What we are saying is that enough is enough. The senseless killing of our police officer will not be tolerated. We are resolute in taking decisive action against those who target the state. The bravery of our officers demand justice, and we will do whatever is necessary to protect those who protect the community. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, looking into the sexual offenses has decreased by 8%, rape decreased by 7%, and sexual assault by 12.8%. While a combined conviction for FCS, family violence, child protection, and sexual offenses, known as the FCS, continue to bring perpetrators of sexual offense to book. For the quarter under review, 1,144 cases were presented before court, where 1,189 sexual offenders were sentenced to a combined 25 life terms and 577 years imprisonment. FCS, in collaboration with their partners, have embarked on the quest to create awareness about gender-based violence and femicide. The team will continue to work closely with the relevant stakeholders to intensify gender-based violence and femicide for the related awareness campaign, by also participating in endeavors to heighten awareness in encouraging the reporting of the incident. This specialized unit has conducted 118 targeted awareness campaigns. Moving into a robbery with aggravated circumstances, this category includes car hijacking, which is a concern for the province, robbery at residential premises, robbery at business premises, robbery for cash in transit, bank robberies, truck hijacking. We have seen a reduction of 6.3%. Kidnapping, which is a topic or a heading which, when we bring it to the public, it is raising some panic. Kidnappings have since increased by 2.1% during the period under review. The increase is a concern. With the effort we are putting, we have integrated our multidisciplinary approach with our National Anti-Kidnapping Team, the Provincial Organized Crime, the E2 project for the eyes and ears. Here I'm referring to the security industry, of which the E2 project, it is, of course, coordinated by Business Against Crime South Africa. For the same period, they have arrested 751 suspects out of 405 cases. Looking into the contact-related crimes, this category recorded a reduction by 9.4%. And of course, there are 2 crimes reported under this category, which is arson, malicious damage to property. Moving forward, for property-related crimes, we have seen a decrease by 7.8%. In this category, you'll find burglar, residential burglar, business theft of motor vehicle, theft out of motor vehicles, and the stock theft. Then we are now looking on the other serious crimes. The other serious crimes category has recorded a decrease by 4.8% for the quarter under review. And of course, this category comprises of crimes such as theft, not mentioned elsewhere, commercial crimes, of which it is a challenge in the province, and shoplifting. Crimes detected as a result of a police action. This category of a crime detected as a result of a police action has increased by 13.1% for the period under review. I must just indicate that the increase, it is a positive upward trend as we have to detect more. There are 4 offenses in this category. This is illegal possession of firearms and ammunition, drug-related sexual offenses detected as a result of police action, drunken driving or driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Honorable Chairperson and members, our collective effort as a Gauteng Law Enforcement Agency, integrated governmental programs, and our community is paying as we see positive result with a notable improvement as we move forward week in, week out with Operation Shanyela 2, and of course, integrated governmental response, which we know as IGR. Let me take this opportunity to highlight successes achieved for Operation Shanyela 2. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, the total number of arrests for Operation Shanyela for the period under review is 39,072, of which 12,620 were illegal immigrants, 157 arrests is for murder, 267 arrests is for robberies, 2,161 arrests is for assault GBH, and 1,811 arrests for assault common. We have seen 6,829 suspects arrested for drug-related offenses, 5,583 suspects arrested for driving under the influence of liquor or alcohol or drugs, 143 suspects arrested for illegal possession of firearms and ammunition. We are, of course, have noted recoveries with 308 firearms, of which it includes, amongst others, 15 rifles and 15 shotguns for the period under review. We have, of course, managed to recover 4,394 various kinds of ammunition, 247 dangerous weapons, 213 hijacked or stolen motor vehicles, motorcycles, which we have since recovered. The drugs which we have recovered is 1,630 kilograms in various kinds of drugs, and of which the cables, which is a problem for essential infrastructure, we have since recovered 206 kilograms. Liquor, which is a generators of the crime, we have since closed 1,278 liquor outlets with a confiscation of the liquor, which is over 139 million liters. 287,125 items of a counterfeit good or illicit goods with the estimated value of 100 million. So maybe some of the people could not believe. I remember when I was presenting to the high density meeting, which we have on a weekly basis, accounting to the National Commissioner. Last week, we had over 10 million of the items which we have since confiscated. These successes and recoveries are only for Shanyela operations and do not include day-to-day operational successes. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, the anti-gang detectives' conviction. We know that the gang-related cases in our province is a problem. Once more again, honorable Chairperson, members, we know that the province is also affected by gang-related cases. Allow me to reflect on one notable case for the conviction achieved by the anti-gang unit detectives, which has just happened recently. On the 25th of February, which is this year, 2026, the Johannesburg High Court sentenced Raven Akabuti or Buti Abrahams to 3 life imprisonments and a combined 45 years imprisonment for 3 counts of murders, 3 counts of attempted murders, and 4 possession of unlicensed firearms and ammunition on Langlaagte case. In this case, what happened on the 1st of March 2024, a group of young men playing dice on the street in Rivali, which is in Langlaagte policing area, were killed during a drive-by shooting. 3 more victims were injured. The incident was gang-related, and therefore the province anti-gang unit detective took over the investigation. The suspect was arrested a month later, and he remained in custody until the case was finalized and was successfully prosecuted. In conclusion, or as I conclude, I want to take this opportunity to appreciate all our stakeholders, our private security industry or security industry, the social partners, community-based structures, as well as the community at large, for always willing to work together with the law enforcement agency in a fight against crime. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, I also want to put emphasis and acknowledge the positive impact that the integrated governmental response, which is called IGR, led by MEC Mamabolo, with the approach we have, or with this approach we've seen our efforts regain community trust and enhance service delivery to the residents of Gauteng. It is a whole government approach which remains the future of policing within the province. I want to appreciate all government departments once more again in the province for joining hands with the law enforcement agency in these endeavors of fight against crime. Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, allow me to hand over to Provincial Crime Register Brigadier Mpochakalani to present to you the comprehensive crime picture of the second quarter 2025-2026 financial year. As I leave the podium, I would like to leave you with a quotation from H.G. Wells, who once said, "Several notable figures and sources have articulated the concept that crime is a collective societal issue that impacts everyone, not just direct victim. So let's gear up on the integrated crime violence prevention strategy, known as ICVPS. As we say, siyavuma, as the strategy have been approved by Parliament in 2022. I thank you.
Thank you. Maybe, PC, as part of our discussions going forward, it will be prudent that we also just appreciate the the SONA pronouncement by the President around the issue of the deployment of the army. I think when we deal with the anti-gang report, anti-gang unit report, and the illegal mining report, I think in our next coming meetings, we might have to now start talking around the issues around the army. The number of concerns that have been raised, misunderstanding on how the army will be deployed, it's something that we might need to clarify, the citizens of Gauteng on. There are other people who have this image of the army doing patrols in the streets and so on. And that was not my understanding of the army, but the army, so it's something that we need to engage on as we are preparing for the things. I didn't want us to have a dead silence, maybe just have that.
For the members of the South African National Defence Force, Gauteng included in a fight against illegal mining and gang-related. We have, of course, since the 18th of February, got the deployment in the province. We have since started working with them. There are considerable successes. If I recall, in one of the operational activities, they were deployed in Bundu Inn Extension 11, which is a Mthombeni policing precinct. That Bundu Inn is just adjacent to Sporong informal settlement. As the Sporong informal settlement, the illegal mining is not necessarily taking place there. We also deployed them on Shaft 9 in Krugersdorp, where we have arrested quite few individuals for illegal. We have recovered Pendukas in there. Maybe lastly is that the army, in terms of what is signed off and what was presented yesterday, I was in the Board of Commissioners. Though Gauteng, we are next to head office for the South African National Defence Force, maybe hence the deployment have taken, immediately. The signed off by the President is for the duration of 12 months, which is from the 1st of March, and of course, it will be preceded by the other month. When you count, it will be 12 months. The main aim for the army is not to, I would say, to do the police work, is to back up the South African Police Service. Let's say we are having cordon and search, section 13.7 in the hostel. In that way, our plan will outline as the Defence Force has to make sure that they have to reinforce and make sure that there is a safety around the members of the South African Police Service. I should think I'll leave it there, Chairperson, and other issues will take it as time goes on. And my apologies of not including it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm certain we'll get more of the progress and the work done. It is just our understanding that we need to allay the fears of the citizens of Gauteng about the SNDF deployment. Most of the people, there's an incident that happened in Alexander during COVID. It's one of the incidents that usually gets cited. So it's important that we do allay the fears of the citizens. Over to you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. It seems like we're still having some technicalities. in terms of connecting to project the presentation here. Are you ready? My apologies on that. Good morning, Honorable Chair. Let me also acknowledge the presence of all honorable members. Honorable Chair, allow me, for the sake of time, to say all protocol observed. Honorable Chair, this morning I will be giving a presentation on the third quarter crime statistic for the province covering the period October to December 2025, which is the period of 2024. Nationally, the crime stats slide before I go into details. These are our usual comparative period whereby we compare 2025 with 2024, October to November, to give the differences as well as the percentage changes. Will reflect the district, meaning with all the recorded counts for the current period, as well as the previous period for comparison. With this one, can say this reflects the actual number, not the percentage change. However, take note of the color coding, where it's highlighted for that particular offense. That specific district had an increase for the period under review. Getting into it, Honorable Chair, for quarter 3, Gauteng overall, their contact crime, we have reduced by 9% overall, with 4,389 counts less. All offenses reported under the category had a decrease, with the exception of attempted murder, whereby we have reported 119 counts more, reflecting 6.5%, with all the district having an increase, with the exception of Siribeng, with 134 in total of attempted murder that they have recorded. Going back to the offenses in terms of the interpretation, murder, as I indicated, 1,536 people were murdered in Gauteng for quarter 3, which reflect a decrease of 205, 11.8% from 1,741 that were recorded previous year. With sexual offenses, overall we decreased by 8%. Assault with intent to inflict grievous bodily harm, we also saw a reduction of 12%. Common assault, a reduction of 11.5%. Common robbery, a reduction of 5.7%, with the District of Johannesburg as well as Western having an increase. And then robbery with aggravating circumstances. Overall, as a province, we decreased by 6.3%, with only the District of Western whereby they had an increase for that specific offenses. When you look at the subcategories of sexual offenses as well as robbery aggravating, those offenses are already covered or included under the contact crime category. However, we are showing the offenses reported under those subcategories. Starting with sexual offenses, the rape decreased by 7%, with the District of Siribeng as well as Western having an increase for rape. Sexual assault, overall reduction of 12.8%, with Western only having increase while Ekurhuleni stabilized. Attempted sexual offenses, overall we reduced by 1 count, with District of Johannesburg and Siribeng having an increase of attempted sexual offenses. And then contact sexual offenses, as a province, we decreased by 9 counts, with only the District of Siribeng having an increase of contact sexual offenses. Now when we move over to robbery, aggravated subcategory, carjacking for the province, we decreased by 0.9%, with the District of Tshwane as well as Western having an increase. Robbery at residential premises, we also saw a reduction of 10.3%, with only the District of Siribeng having an increase. Robberies at non-residential premises, the province decreased by 15.7%, still with Siribeng having an increase. Overall, the trio crime, which cover the 3 offenses, which is carjacking, both robberies at residential and non-residential, we saw a decrease of 7.3% in total, 433 counts less, with all the districts having a reduction. In all total, for quarter 3, the province, we had 30, decreased by 9.4% as a category. Moving over to property related, the property related as a category decreased by 7.8%, with burglaries at non-residential premises, at residential premises, decreasing by 11%. Theft of motor vehicle also decreased by 2.7%, with the district of Citibank as well as Western having an increase, not 36%, with all the district having a reduction for stock theft. Other serious crime, theft general or all theft not mentioned elsewhere, decreased by 13.1%. All the district reported a reduction, with all the district having an increase with the exception of 1.2, additional 39, with 8,253 councillors. All the district manages to have a reduction of the 17 community reported for Q3. Now, when we move over to crime, it will reflect the activeness of the police on the ground with regards to intelligence during operation as well as the roadblock, because it reflects all the confiscation as well as the arrest. So when we start with illegal firearm and ammunition for Q3, there was a reduction of 16.6%, 187 councillors, with all the districts having a reduction. Drug-related, an increase of 8.5%, driving under the influence of alcohol and drugs, an increase of 27.6%. Sexual offenses detected as a result of police action, a decrease of 9.4%, with 44 councillors. The only district that decreased with this particular offense is Citibank. And then the category itself, rate across the province in relation to time of rate across the province in relation to time over period. So, and including or bringing into focus the population side. The unit of seen a reduction of the crime ratio overall for all these offenses. This mainly interpreted as the fewer cases that were reported over a period of time in relation to per 100,000 population that were affected. So meaning the murder rate, harm, common assault and robbery, with the exception of attempted murder, there were fewer cases in relation to those specific offenses that were reported when we compare to the previous year, meaning 2024. GBH, common robbery, robbery with aggravating circumstances, that category overall. Over 175 counts what were reported nationally. Gauteng contribute 25.4% of that, even though we still have we've seen a reduction of 9.4%. Over 3 months of the quarter, October, November, December, station that we identified with most volumes in relation to counter crime. Just to give a summary of all these top 40, 28 stations that are reflected here had a decrease, and only 11 of those had an increase for overall total top 40. When we move over to domestic violence crime, here we are reflecting people that are having or are in sort of domestic relationship, ranging from marriages, relationships, people that are sharing an accommodation, as well as people who are staying together. So in total, Gauteng, we had 9,595 cases that were linked to domestic, 595 cases that were linked to domestic violence. In that 9,595, when you look at the contribution per district, 38% were from Johannesburg, and both Ekurhuleni and Tshwane account to 23% of those, and lastly Western as well as Citibank, they account 8% of those domestic violent related crimes that were reported in the province for Q3. When you look at specific offenses that were as a result of domestic violence in Gauteng, in relation to counter crime, 4,995 of the common assault that were reported for Gauteng were as a result or linked to domestic violence. The second highest offense whereby the DV also play a role in Gauteng is assault with intent to inflict grievous bodily harm, with 1,990 of those. And the third highest is malicious damage to property with 1,737. And then just to zoom in to murder, attempted murder, as well as rape, those that were linked to domestic violence. With murder, of all cases that were reported under murder in Q3 for Gauteng, 24 of those were linked to domestic violence. Attempted murder is 57, and rape is 166. Just to bring your attention, did not include disaggregation according to gender, male and female, is because we are still sorting some data integrity issue internally. But once that is sorted out, the information will bring to the forum back again. MEDA, we have seen a reduction throughout 3 months of the quarter, which was more notable in the December period with 137 counts less, with all the districts having a reduction, with the exception of Tshwane having additional 37 counts, an increase of 21%. With the contribution of the district out of 1,537, 37.9% of those were from Johannesburg, with Ekurhuleni taking 31% of all total matters that were reported in the province. When you look at the causative, the motives behind the matters that we committed in Gauteng, we took a sample of 83.2%, meaning from 1,536 counts that were reported, we analyzed 1,277 to establish the motive behind all the matters that we committed in the province. We established that 200 of those argument misunderstanding still persists to be the major contributor towards the matter in the Gauteng. Those are the social-related matters. Vigilantism with 100, robbery-related, these are the matters committed during the robberies with 80, retaliation with 49, tax-related with 32, hijackings with 20, illicit mining with 15, just to highlight gang-related with 14. To highlight the other phenomenon which contributed mainly to the increases of murder in Gauteng, as PCS indicated, total of 10 police officials were killed during the period. Just to break down that 10, 4 of those were on duty and 6 were off duty. The other phenomenon that still persists to be a problem is the issue of multiple murder, meaning in one incident, more than one victim could be killed in that incident. Just to have a breakdown of that, in total of 69 dockets that were open, all victims. This was one that was all over the Mia, whereby in Atteridgeville, 12 victims, including a 3-year-old, that as well as the 9 victims in Bekesdal, and then with additional attempted murder 10, and then 5 victims in Brockrospruit with additional attempted murder of 2 tavern killings. That should be of concerning in the province. And then the rest is indicated as on the screen. And then with regards to farming community, we had one. The commonly place where these matters took place in Gauteng for Q3, it was established to be public place such as street, open field, parking. Remember with this one, we included whereby the bodies were discovered on the street. Hence, it's also contributed to that. In total, it's 794. The second most place where this incident took place is residence of the perpetrator and victim, meaning the place known either to the victim or the perpetrator, with 282 liquor outlets. We have seen from the previous slide, the 3 cases that I have indicated, all 3 took place at taverns. So also play a role there with 68 counts for place of occurrence. Looking at the instrument frequently used, firearms still persist to be the commonly used instrument during the commission of murder. With the same sample, Honorable Chair, let me also reiterate on this one again. This number reflected here reflect the number of victims that were killed, not necessarily the number of firearms that were used, because one firearm in one incident, it can kill more than one person. So in total, 667 people were killed by firearm. And then knife with 146, and sharp instrument with 48, body parts with 36. We do have a top 40 of our murders. Just to highlight in summary, the top 8 of the station appear in the national list without mentioning the station. 19 of those decrease, and then 19 of those increase with 2 on stabilization. Seen an increase as a province of rape in October, while November and December there was a reduction, with the district of Citibank as well as Western having an increase for rape. had a decrease of rape. Those are the heavyweights having a decrease of the rape, with the Johannesburg contributing 35.6% and Ekurhuleni 26.1%, Tshwane 21.2%. Where did all this rape incident took place? So with the sample of 63.7, meaning from 2,140 counts, we drew 1,364 to determine the place where all these incidents took place in Q3. So residence of a perpetrator or victim, 968, public place such as street, open field, etc., with 303, liquor outlets with 18, agriculture land, farm plotting, and small holding with 4. Top 40 of the rape, with 6 of those, the top 6, have been featured in the national list. Overall, the 15 stations that feature in here had a decrease 2 on stabilization, and in total, 23 indicated an increase of rape for Q3. Carjacking, October, November, as a province, we have seen a reduction, while in December, there was an increase of 22%. Looking at the district, both the district of Tshwane and Western have an increase of 19 and 26 respectively. In terms of the contribution of the district towards the overall figure of carjacking in the province, most volumes are coming in from Johannesburg with 37%, followed by Ekurhuleni with 28.3%, and Tshwane with 22.6%, Sedibeng 7.2%, while Western contributing 4.8%. Honorable Chair, we do have a top 40 of the station that contributing mainly towards carjacking in the province, while 21 of those feature in the national list, meaning 70% of the national list top 30 are alone from Gauteng, the top list. So in total, 15 stations recorded an increase and decrease, and 25 recorded an increase. Robberies at residential premises across a reduction of October, November, December, making up the quarter, with only district of Sedibeng having an increase by 4 counts, 2.8%. Looking at the district contribution, Johannesburg contributed 32.4%, followed by Ekurhuleni with 28.3%, while Tshwane 24.8%, Sedibeng 7.8%, and Western with 6.8%. Honorable Chair, we do also have a top 40 for robberies at residential premises, with 15 of those featuring the national list for Q3. Robberies at non-residential premises, a reduction throughout 3 months of the quarter, October, November, December, with the district of Sedibeng having an increase of 8 counts for robbery at residential premises, while all other districts have a reduction. The highest reduction in terms of overall volumes is Ekurhuleni with 99 counts. The contribution, Johannesburg with 37.2, Ekurhuleni 27.6, Tshwane with 19.3. We do have a top 40 of robberies at non-residential premises, with 19 of those feature in the national list, with 3 on stabilization and 3 having an increase from this list of top 40. Robberies of cash in transit, there was an increase during the month of October, November, while December we stabilized. Looking at the district, all the 3 districts have an increase. Each proportional contribution of each district towards that 13 counts, Ekurhuleni accounting 38.5%, both Johannesburg. When you look at the method of execution used during the commission of CIT, in that 13, there were 2, which is vehicle on the road where, the vehicle eventually comes to a halt. That's when they will be able to target. In most cases, for this one, the explosive are used. And then cross pavement, they target the armored vehicle while it's still stations of the explosive. While we focus on the distribution in terms of the AV on the road, looking at the district that were affected, is the Ekurhuleni having a total 22, as well as Western. Looking at the companies that were affected, FCS with 6, G4S with 1, and Easy Cash with 6. Truck hijacking. Truck hijacking, October, November, we had a reduction, while in December, additional 5 counts were recorded. Looking at the district of Westland having additional 10 counts and Tshwane with 7. The reduction, Johannesburg decreased by 24, Ekurhuleni by 18, and Sedibeng 1. The contribution mainly from the 3 major districts, which is Ekurhuleni by 34.1%, Tshwane 21.5%, and Johannesburg 21.1%. Top 40 of the truck hijacking station, 23 of those stations feature in the national list, meaning 76% of the station that is making up top 30 of the national are alone coming from Gauteng. With that top 40, 11 stations indicated a decrease, 1 on stabilization and 20 decrease, and then 28 of those stations indicated an increase of truck hijacking for Q3. Kidnapping, we have recorded an increase of kidnapping throughout 3 months of the quarter, with October increasing with 15 counts, November 24, and December 13. Only the district of Ekurhuleni and Sedibeng having a decrease in terms of this particular offense, while increases Johannesburg with 58 counts, Western with 22, Tshwane with 17, contribution mainly coming from the 2 districts, which is Johannesburg with 39.4% and Ekurhuleni with 26.1%. When you look at the circumstances that were around this kidnapping, from the sample of 2,503, basically we sampled 98% of the kidnapping that were reported. So from that, 1,352 were as a result of hijacking and attempt. This number is high, Honorable Chair, mainly because, remember, with the hijacking, they usually take the driver or the owner of the car with. So while they're still driving, that moment whereby the person is deprived the movement, the freedom to move, we consider it as kidnapping. Hence, you will find the number, both kidnapping and carjacking, coincide in most of the cases. If the kidnapping goes high, basically it affects our carjacking as well. The second circumstances that were revolving around this kidnapping in the province is robbery related with 445, rape related with 122, where ransoms were demanded is 138, extortions with 16, human trafficking with 62. Honorable Chair, we do have a top 40 of the station with 27 stations in national, feature in the national list, meaning 98% of the station that is making up the national list, all those stations are alone coming from Gauteng. In terms of the increases, decreases, and stabilization, 6 stations indicated a decrease, 5 on stabilization, and 29 had an increase. Property related, this is the category that is covering all these offenses that are reflected. We have seen a reduction in October, November, and December for property related, with all the districts having a reduction. In terms of the contribution of this district towards the provincial figure for Q3, District of Johannesburg contributed 33.7, followed by Tshwane with 29.4, and Ekurhuleni with 23.1%. The top 40 of property related, with 11 of those featuring the national list. In terms of the summary performance, the 24 stations indicated a decrease, and 16 of those had an increase for Q3 in terms of property related. Just to conclude my presentation, Honorable Chair, is just to give the overall performance of the district, including the province, in relation to the increases, decreases, and stabilization out of 17 community reported. When you look at Gauteng for Q3, out of 17 community reported, we had an increase of 4 offenses, which is attempted murder, arson, commercial crime, and shoplifting, whereas the rest of other offenses, meaning the 13 of those stations, 13 offenses had a reduction. Looking at the district of Tshwane increased 3 offenses, which is murder, attempted murder, as well as commercial crime. 14 offenses had a reduction. Both the district of Ekurhuleni as well as Sedibeng increased overall 4, while 13 of those had a decrease. Western as well as Johannesburg, overall 6 offenses had an increase during the period, and 11 of those decrease for Q3. With that being said, Honorable Chair, I thank you.
Thank you. That was quite efficient. Can we then get to the progress reports, so that then we engage them jointly? And maybe whilst they are preparing, it's just to inform the meeting that we might have a small break to have a ceremonial signing of the MOU with the Gun-Free South Africa, as soon as we almost done with the stats discussion. And then we'll get on to the other business of the meeting. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning to yourself, Honourable Chairperson, honourable members of the committee, the Provincial Commissioner, the senior SAPS management, senior government officials, all protocol is observed. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to present to you in terms of your requirement on the progress report relating to Gauteng Province for Q3 on the following aspects in terms of illegal mining, gang-related violence, human trafficking and kidnappings, vigilantism, second-hand goods dealers and scrapyards, the recovery of firearms, and then lastly, in terms of school and health facility safety. So we'll start with the first aspect, deal with in terms of our interventions employed to curb illegal mining in the province. Chair, previously we indicated we had 26 policing precincts. There has been some change in terms of these. In terms of West Rand, there's still 8 police precincts that is problematic in terms of illegal mining. Ekurhuleni district, it is 9. You might see there that there's the exclusion of Reiger Park, which was previously, but it has been replaced by Actonville, which seems to be coming out as problematic area. And in the Johannesburg district, there's 1 less. It's now 6 with removal of Dobsonville, and Sedibeng still have the 2. So in total, there's 25 of these priority policing precincts for illegal mining, over 4 of our 5 policing districts, which excludes Tshwane. In terms of our interventions, I'll not read through the slide. Suffice to say that we still have, in terms of a multi-layered approach from our different organizational levels, when we look at station level, which have intensified high visibility operations, targeted deployment of resources, and identified illegal mining hotspots. This is augmented also by district level operations in support of the stations and surrounding stations. At provincial level, it's the continued functioning of the Prof Joint Priority Committee for the planning and evaluation of all the provincial illegal mining operations in terms of our NCCF instruction. On the next bullet is also the special combat operations, which are furthermore launched upon receipt of tactical information, and that includes also the deployment, as was indicated previously by the Provincial Commission, and now also again the SANDF, the DPCI, the Metro Police Departments, Gauteng Traffic Police, our SAPS drone unit, the SAPS and the DCS Air Wing, as well as the public order policing units. There's also intervention from national level. The deployment of our SAPS national specialized units are done on request to support the Valamgodi operations, and that includes role players as the National Intervention Unit, our Mobile Operations Unit, and the Special Task Force. And these deployments are then also done in according to the 5-pillar approach of the SAPS. When we look at operational activities for the period under review in terms of illegal mining, operations conducted were 45, awareness campaigns 6, visit to mines and diggings was 7, and searches at mines 3, giving us a total of 61 operations through the quarter, focusing solely on illegal mining. In terms of successes achieved, undocumented persons arrested for this period is 532, illegal dealing and liquor is 8, drug-related crime is 25, and possession of firearms and ammunition is 1, giving us a total arrest of 566 for this quarter pertaining to illegal mining activity. Also with these operations, Chair, it is going with confiscations. I'm not going to read through all of the confiscations, maybe just to highlight 7 firearms were recovered, precious metals in grams, over 45,000 grams that were recovered, and then 282 pandukas and some other equipment that is also utilized by the illegal miners in the execution of their operations. We also know that the DPCI is responsible for addressing level 3 to level 5 of the criminal value chain in terms of illegal mining. They sharpened their intelligence-led targeting of illegal mining syndicates. They also strengthened the financial disruption with the asset forfeit unit, as well as intensified multi-agency operations. They maintained also the border risk management and priority case oversight, while expanding their capabilities through enhanced surveillance. Additional interventions include stronger syndicate disruption efforts, closer coordination with the National Prosecuting Authority, improved forensic support, as well as targeted protection of critical infrastructure. Notable key interventions at the bottom of the slide is they introduced several new interventions, as well as advanced surveillance technologies, expanded investigations into the explosive supply chains, and also strengthened cross-border intelligence cooperation. They also adopted and enhanced data-driven analytics to better map illegal mining hotspots and support targeted operational planning. In terms of the financial asset and tracing successes, preservation and forfeiture successes, there's 3 notable ones that were included in this presentation. The first one is in the Midrand area, where cash and gold nuggets the preservation order were obtained to the value of 781,000. In Benoni, as part of Project Greedy, gold were also forfeited to the value of 553,000, 700 rand, and lastly, in the Sandringham area, gold and cash were retrieved by way of a preservation order of 309,900. The total value of those 3 instances is over 1.6 million rand in terms of preservation and forfeiture successes. Other successes that has also been obtained by the DPCI in their attempts to address illegal mining. There's a number of stations. I will not read through all of them. I'll highlight 1 or 2 of them, and there's also indication of the arrest in the Boyson's case, where gold-bearing material was seized with 4 arrests. Then towards the middle of the slide, amalgam with the estimated value of 300,000 rand. There was 1 arrest, also amalgam with an estimated value of 7 million rand, with 1 arrest. Further amalgam with the estimated value of 30 million rand, so there was 7 arrests. And then lastly, also 2 arrests for amalgam to the value of 800,000. That total value of the seizures is over 38 million, with 17 arrests by the DPCI over the period under review. So that concludes the portion in terms of illegal mining, and we will move on to the next item in terms of gang-related crimes. You understand, as we previously reported, that the 5-pillar approach is used also in terms of combating gang-related crime in the province. I will touch on each of the pillars as we go forward, as well as what the responsible components are doing in terms of their responsibilities. In terms of intelligence gathering, our pillar 1, the hotspots is highlighted there, being Boysons, Eldos, Ennerdale, Langlaagte, Lenasia, Mohlakeng, including Toekomsrus, Moffatview, Orlando, including Noordgesig, Reiger Park, and Safari. We've also broken it down in terms of the districts, which of the gangs are prevalent in which districts. In our Johannesburg district, the Zavarados, they operate in the same area as the fast guns, hence the continued fighting over the drug territory. And the area of the 2 mentioned gangs are interlinked due to family connections in the following areas. It's Firetown and Westbury, Eldorado Park in terms of those extensions mentioned there, Riverlea, which is in our Langlaagte policing area, Boysons in terms of Bella Vista and Criswell, and lastly South Hills and Moffatview area. Both the Varadar Quartet and the fast gun gang groupings operate in the Johannesburg district. When you look at the Ekurhuleni district on the next slide, also still part of pillar 1, our intelligence gathering, there are 2 groupings that is predominantly functioning there, the Vitus Locos as well as the Sour Boys, and the areas of operation is mainly in Reiger Park, Windmill Park, Geluksdal, which is in Sekane, and then Nigel. For many years, the Sour Boys, the Dugans, and the Terrible Serpents and Justice were locked in violent conflict over control of the drug distribution areas. These groups were also deeply involved in vehicle-related crimes and various forms of robbery. When we move on further to the Ekurhuleni district, the recent shooting in Reiger Park, in which 6 individuals were killed, is also linked to ongoing activity. This incident may signal the re-emergence of gang-related violence in this area. Current intelligence suggests that the Vatus Lagos, as well as the Sour Boys, were involved in the attack and additional information is being gathered within the district, specifically in Reiger Park. The Voters Lagos and the Sour Boys are known to be rival gangs operating in this area. Moving on to the next slide in terms of Pillar 1, the West Rand districts. It is the one umbrella gang which primarily operates in Toekomsrus on the West Rand, and the member of the Varador Quartet gang, originally born and raised in Toekomsrus, had left the area for several years, but then has returned. And upon his return, he immediately started recruiting local youths between the age of 14 to 22 with the intention of establishing a strong foothold in that area. The individual was later arrested on an unrelated matter and subsequently released on bail. Notably, the related incidents to Toekomsrus were not reported to the SAPS, limiting formal investigation follow-up. No further gang-related incidents involving this individual or the recruitment activity have been observed since May of 2025. There's a number of mitigating actions in terms of crime intelligence that is also done to address the gang-related violence, which includes intensive interviewing, profiling, purifying of the list of repeat offenders, also a list of circulated and wanted suspects, the identification of drug outlets, cases which are withdrawn are reviewed to see the reason for withdrawal, and also priority targets for the two main gangs are identified, and they are currently part of long-term investigations conducted by intelligence. The next pillar in the 5-pillar approach speaks to proactive policing or high visibility, and there's also a number of activities that is continued to be implemented in terms of Pillar 2, our visible policing environment, which includes regular school searches, drug awareness and school safety campaigns, which are conducted in these areas, community outreach and street embizos, improved youth-related activities aimed at reducing drug abuse and gang-related activities in our children, encouraging the community to identify drug hotspots, lolly lounges, gang-infested areas, and such to counter medication to the youth, expose also problematic liquor outlets, closing after trading hours, selling liquor to minors, and allowing firearms and other dangerous weapons onto their premises. And lastly, to recruit and employ community patrollers in all of the identified areas with the aim of enhancing visibility at drug and gang-related hotspots to reduce criminal activity. In the identified stations, there's a number of activities that has been done, and it's broken down in terms of all the stations, just to focus on the totals. In terms of community awareness programs for the period under review, and all those priority stations, 634 were done. There were 75 school campaigns. School premises that were searched was 105. There were 47 adopt-a-cop programs. Within those areas, there's 573 community patrollers and 816 Gauteng traffic wardens that are deployed. In terms of the operations, Pillar 3 of the 5-pillar approach speak to combat approach or the rapid response, where the anti-gang is primarily responsible for this pillar. Day-to-day operations for the period that they executed amounted to just over 7,200, 172 drug operations, and disruptive operations 604. Arrests were made in a number of these operations. It is highlighted in terms of the stations. It continues on the next slide, and bringing the total of arrests by the anti-gang unit for the period under review to 153. During these operations, there's also confiscations that were done, and you can see in terms of the first column or the first table on the top in terms of the drugs, over 2,700 grams of dagga, 228 grams of cat, in terms of mandrax, 587 tablets, nyaope, 6,855 grams. Ammunition also, 179 ammunitions were confiscated, with 16 pistols and revolvers, 1 rifle, and firearm parts or magazines with 3. And then at the bottom also cars and motorbikes that were confiscated, totaling 5. The anti-gang unit also then continued to visit schools in the gang-infested areas. in all of those areas. I'm not going to mention the schools, but in the Reiger Park policing areas, there's 2 schools that has been visited. Eldorado Park, there's 3, there's in Boyson's, Langlaagte, Sophiatown, Moffatville, all these schools that have been identified as possible priority or prominent schools for gang violence have been visited by the anti-gang unit. Moving to pillar 4, in terms of our reactive approach, Chair, that refers to the detective and case management, which is the responsibility of organized crime. For the period under review, they received 7 gang-related dockets, of which 3 of those dockets went to court, 4 still under investigation. And you can see in the bottom of that, all of them were murder cases, of which 3 of those still went to the court, and 4 of those are still under investigation. Continue in terms of the following slide in terms of the stations that were involved. Sophiatown had 1 murder case that went to court. Kliptown also 1 that went to court. Reiger Park had 1 that went to court, 2 still under investigation, giving us the 3 that went to court, and 4 is still under investigation, all of them relating to murder cases. Also successes by the anti-gang unit in terms of the case management or the organized crime. I'm not going to go through all of them, but you can see in terms of the different stations, the arrests were done. Sophiatown had the highest of 5, followed by Kliptown with 3, and Reiger Park with 2, giving us a total of 10 arrests in 3 of the cases, and all of them were all murder-related cases as well, where 10 arrests were made. Convictions. The PC mentioned also conviction in February for the period under review. There also a conviction that was occurred on the 3rd of 11 in the Protea court, where accused for charge of possession of firearm and ammunition was sentenced to 8 years imprisonment, which is suspended for a period of 5 years. In terms of our pillar 5, the last pillar of the 5-pillar approach relates to communication and liaison. And for this period, a total of 31 media releases and press statements were issued in respect of gang, drug, and other related successes. Moving on to the next area of concern or focus area is the human trafficking and kidnapping. Excuse me, Chair. Human trafficking is also the responsibility of the DPCI or the Hawks. And we can see in this area or in this period, they concentrated on intelligence-driven investigation, strengthened multi-agency coordination, which include victim screening and referrals, and also stepped up public awareness to deter trafficking via fraudulent job offers. Several high-priority probes were publicly acknowledged, while victim support pathways were reinforced. They also focused on intelligence-led investigation and case follow-ups, interagency cooperation and cross-border focus, victim screening and immediate support pathways, and lastly, public awareness and outreach. In terms of the docket workflow of the DPCI for the 3rd quarter, there were 30 case dockets and inquiries which were carried over from the previous period, which are still under investigation. There were 2 new case dockets received during the 3rd quarter of last year, and then 1 inquiry was finalized, and there was 1 awareness campaign conducted. In terms of human trafficking successes, I'm just going to highlight the one in terms of the 24th of October 2025. A joint operation was launched after crime intelligence provided information to the JMPD about a large group of kidnapped Ethiopian nationals being held in the Sophiatown or East Town area of Johannesburg. Officers responded to East Road, where they located and rescued 58 Ethiopian victims who were allegedly being held against their will. During the intervention, police detained 3 suspects, which include 2 Ethiopian nationals and 1 Malawian national, and recovered a replica firearm used to intimidate these victims. When we move to kidnapping, which is done by our organized crime component, they still focus on the areas as highlighted on the screen there in terms of financial investigation integration, the technology and private sector partnership using the Eyes and Ears network with Business Against Crime, also integrating CCTV, GPS and private security intelligence to locate victims, counter-police impersonation tactics, victim rescue and operational outcomes, in terms of rapid and visible rescue operations, including the usage of drones to enhance law enforcement credibility and demonstrate the victim-centered approach. And lastly, hotspots and intelligence-driven deployment. And there's a special team, as we indicated previously, within the organized crime that focus on specific cases. For the third quarter, this team dealt with 3 cases, which is highlighted on the screen there. 2 of these were Chinese nationals and 1 a South African, where ransom amounts of 5 million for the first 2 cases and 20 million of the last cases were demanded. In terms of the status of the victim, 1 was released and 2 is still in captivity. There were no arrests made during this period. In terms of vigilantism, Chair, I'm not going to go through the definitions. We already dealt with that in previous in presentations where we had the types of vigilantism. I'll go to the cases and the case management of these cases. There were a total of 43 cases with 29 arrests. That is reflected in the tables. You'll see in terms of Ekurhuleni, the highest in Ekurhuleni were Ivory Park, with 7 cases of vigilantism relating to murder, but there were 3 arrests made. Also in Rabie Ridge at 5, and there was 1 arrest made. And then we moved to Johannesburg, a number of them at 1. In Eldorado Park, there was 1 murder, which had 4 arrests. In the Sedibeng area, Orange Farms at 1. And also in the Didier, there was 1, but the arrests were made 4 in each of those cases. And in Tshwane had the highest number of cases. Arrests have been made in Themba, 3 arrests have been made in Themba. 4 arrests were made in Themba in 2 different cases. And then in Mamelodi also 1 arrest was made. In Mabopane there was 2 cases of murder, but no arrests have been made since. Then lastly on the West Rand, Kagiso had 2 cases and Moslakeng had 2 cases. The Kagiso case was also murder, and there were 6 arrests, bringing then the total number of cases to 43 and the number of arrests to 29. Chair, the next area of focus is the second-hand good dealers and the scrapyards. Once again, I'm not dealing with all the theories in terms of the acts that were implemented. We still have the Second-Hand Goods Forum that is responsible for coordinating the following, and they continue to function in the province in terms of addressing non-compliance to the Second-Hand Goods Act in respect of registered second-hand goods dealers, also ensuring the compliance of unregistered second-hand goods dealers, and there is a number of other aspects that they deal with, also combating cable theft and other essential infrastructure-related crimes in terms of the Criminal Matters Amendment Act. And the activities in terms of the second-hand good dealers over this period is reflected. In terms of awareness campaigns, there was 555, and second-hand goods control operations, there was 1,751 conducted. You'll also see at the bottom, there's a number of compliance inspections done in the different areas of the second-hand goods market. I'm not going to go through all of them that you can see, they total to 18,050 inspections that was conducted at the different types, which include antique dealers, book dealers, general dealers, panel beaters, recyclers, and the like, as I indicated, totaling up to over 18,000 inspections. In terms of cases opened, 323 by our visible policing department. There was 1 registered premise that was closed down, and there were 78 unregistered premises that was closed down in this period, and there were also a number of fines that has been issued in terms of this arrest. That made also 338 arrests. And second-hand goods related, dealing in goods at unregistered premises with 323, and the possession or the receiving of possible stolen goods, 15 arrests were made. Looking at it from confiscations that has been done, also a number of confiscations during this period in these operations, 316 batteries, 588 copper pipe, and then you can also see in terms of fuel, milliliters, over 2 million milliliters of diesel, and 20,000 milliliters of petrol, and then also a number of other items that were confiscated during these operations. In terms of our case management, there was also by the detectives operations where they registered 556 cases. Arrests were made 551 of these. 118 cases is still under investigation, and that is also from previous periods. And the total number of cases in terms of the second-hand goods that has not been finalized as yet is 1,272, still under investigation. So in terms of the recovery of firearms, was an additional requirement also. Brigadier Chakalani, in her presentation, alluded to the utilization of firearms in terms of crimes. What we'll be showing in terms of this is the number of firearms that were recovered, the number of firearms that were handed in, as well as the number of firearms that were destroyed, and it was particularly requested from the beginning of the financial year. So this gives us a total from April 2025 until December 2025, which is the first 3 quarters. We can see the number of firearms recovered that were committed in crimes was 3,243. The number of firearms that were handed in by the community is 6,589, and a total of 8,356 firearms were destroyed over this period. School and health safety. We also have the ICVPS, the Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy. We know that Pillar 2 makes provision for early intervention, and there's specific campaigns and projects that are implemented. It's reflected on the screen, and it includes the Adopt a Cop program, our Junior Commissioners program, dialogue between schools, school searches that is conducted, and also then parents that are engaged in terms of parents' evenings to assist in this regard. As per the direction of our Division of Visible Policing, 26 schools actually were identified for specific intervention for this 25-26 financial year. And during quarter 3, there's a number of schools that were visited, and there were also specific programs that were conducted, which is reflected on the screen at the Memezelo Secondary School in Shashanguve, the Sechaba Primary School in Kwatema, Bonalasedi Secondary School in Mamelodi East, the Wazino Bone Secondary School in Welbekend, Mwadwaleni Secondary School in Jabulani, and lastly the Iterele Zenzele High School in Diepsloot, where the natures of the program differed in terms of whether it was a search, whether it was talk on bullying or substance abuse, and also the date of the interventions is supplied in terms of this. Case management on school safety as well as health facilities, particularly in terms of our schools, clinics and hospitals. I just focus on the cases reported for this period. In schools, there were 313 burglaries that were reported. Attempted burglaries, there were 1. Burglaries at clinics, clinics were 39, and burglaries at hospitals were 4. So in total, 357 burglaries. Of those, 29 went to court, 174 is still under investigation, 157 is closed, is undetected. We have 28 pending in court. We had 1 guilty, and we had 5 cases withdrawn during this period. Following measures are still implemented from our detective environment and from their perspective to ensure the successful investigation of the cases at school and health facilities, and these include that the cases are monitored at station level by our detective commanders. All crime scenes are visited by the detective members. Our criminal record and crime scene management are attending to all of these scenes to gather evidence in terms of the existing directives. Arrested suspects are profiled. All exhibits found at the scene are dealt with in terms of our prescribed directives. And lastly, all statements are obtained from witnesses immediately at the crime scene as to start with the investigation. With that, I submit. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. I think we can get comments and questions. And thank you, PC and your team for the presentation. I think it was well done, and in terms of efficiency and time, we truly appreciate it and very informative. I'm going to allow members to make their comments and questions, and then we'll then get responses, and then we'll deal with the other reports that we have to deal with. I'll start with Member San.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, members. Good morning, PC and your colleagues. Through you, Chair, I must congratulate SAPS Because every time we see there's a decrease, we obviously not only have confidence, but I think it's the right direction going forward. Chair, I also want to drill down to some of the specifics. Kidnapping remains a major concern for our province. PC, you and I, we have engaged very often, and thank you very much for always being there to assist. What I'm seeing that, in the increase of the kidnapping cases, Johannesburg now ranks, again, #1. Now there's a substantial increase in Johannesburg. Can you progress or interventions that are specifically Johannesburg related? That is #1. #2, we also know the modus of operandi by the kidnappers, that they will send out runners. After they kidnapped a victim, they would take the bank cards, Chair, and start to go draw money from the ATMs. And that happens for a few days. Are our banks not involved? Because I see that it's part of that. But certainly I think the banks would know much more information as soon as they pick up a suspicious transaction, or even if they have ATM CCTV recordings. Those certainly can lead to a lot of other information. Then, Chair, I move to illegal mining. I understand that many of the interruption or intervention operations are still on surface. In other words, our police officers are not able to go down into the ground, into the abandoned mining shafts. Have we got any other better ways of dealing with illegal mining other than just the interruption, confiscation of your pandukas, your tools, and arresting those illegal immigrant miners, the zamazamas? Because we're not hitting the illegal, illicit mining industry where it hurts the most. And I'm referring to intercepting money flows, asset forfeiture unit. Perhaps our South African Revenue Services also need to be playing of intercepting those illicit funds. Then we are very happy, as you said, Chair, that the President has announced that the South African Defence Force will be deployed to assist us. Can you please share with us dealing with not just with illegal mining, but with crime prevention in the entire district of Roodepoort? So certainly a very small amount of that allocation strategy to assist those stations we were just being presented with that suffers from illegal mining. Look at those figures, but it doesn't seem that these figures are going down. In fact, I think the gangsterism is thriving in Gauteng. Again, I want to bring in the concept of where we need to hit them that will hurt the most. Gangs don't just get together to show mass, certainly benefits and financial reward in the drug dealing, prostitution, a lot of the other financial illicit funds would flow. Are we involving the other government organizations? Again, I say asset forfeiture unit, SARS, to look at those activities and where monies are generated and the way the monies are flowing. Because I believe fighting crime, especially where crimes are organized, there's always money. And if you smell the money, you follow the money, then you hit them where it hurts the most, then these operations will start to take a different shape. And I think it will become then a more manageable. I want to leave that thought with you. It's something that I think we need to feel what the families feel, ensure that our law enforcement is out there in full this criminal practice of kidnapping our province. Thank you, Chair.
Deputy Speaker.
I just want to focus on one aspect. Way back, I was in the police myself, and I was involved with crime intelligence. It was very, very long ago. And a very important aspect to me. We heard in the presentation that for syndicates, and also that there's surveillance operations and support for specialized units like the Hawks. Most of the successes are tech, which will allow proactive disruption of criminal networks across the province. Syndicates are often one step ahead because intelligence structures in Gauteng are not fully operational or optimally coordinated. That's a statement that I make. And I want to ask if you would agree with me that Gauteng is arguably, as we heard and as we know, the province with the most affected by crime and also by weaknesses, possible weaknesses in crime intelligence, because it faces the highest concentration of serious and organized crime in South Africa. Are we confident that we're doing what should be done with crime intelligence, or are there still challenges as far as that's concerned? Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Member Maloka.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to everyone. Considering a big population in Gauteng, I think these two reports are looking good. No complaints. We appreciate the good work from the police. Maybe we should just emphasize on the issue of the resources, Chair, to say let us fight for the resources so that we get better results next time. Thank you.
Member Evans.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentations. I'm sure when you guys see me, you must be thinking, oh, there we go again, gang related. But yes, let us give credit where credit is due. Thanks to SAPS, I can proudly say I had a blessed Christmas. And my new year started off very prosperously. No gun shootings. No fearing for our lives over the festive period. Unfortunately, about 3 weeks ago, we found a young man killed under a whole lot of trees. But that matter is being dealt with Poisons Police Station. No, really, guys, I got up and I felt like Cinderella during the festive period. Well done to SEPS. Unfortunately, there has to be an unfortunate or a however. We have young boys who's now decided they varados. Young boys, I'm talking 10 and upwards. They now deciding they're working for this one school dropout. And this child controls them. They haven't done anything. I haven't heard anything of them shooting, but what they do is they do rob people, cell phones, purses, and that is where it started. And I can say the mothers are trying. Most of them don't have mothers, but the moms are trying. So, once again, thank you. Thank you so, so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, members. I think we would like to join the band of welcoming the work done, and I think what the statistics are showing in terms of the decline. But it's important just to highlight a few things that maybe need a bit of explanation. You know, there's a sudden rise on crime categories in Citibank. I'm not sure if it's Citibank because of Orange Farm, or is it Citibank in general in terms of other areas of parts of the district. And concerning that, I also thought that maybe PC, it might be prudent that we just also update the committee on the leadership of districts if all the district commissioners have been appointed and they are in place, you know, and maybe it's one of the areas that maybe once a year we should do, just to look at the, you know, the level of staffing in terms of leadership. I'm mentioning the issue of leadership because we all are aware that with proper, motivated, goal-directed leadership, you know, a lot of police work gets done well. You know, that also includes down at the police stations. So it also begs the question on the level of staffing in terms of police stations, commanders in all the areas. And tied to that is the issue of, which I think this one should be for the committee and ourselves, the issue of the infrastructure of the police station. I think we have spoken about it when we're having the stakeholder meeting with on FIS, on Domestic Violence Act. But I think now we must at least do something proactively and follow up, monitor. You know, we get maybe a proper report from your side on the state of all your police stations in the province and what needs to be done on them, just to get a sense, you know, the assessment that you have. The issue of the stats, Chakalani, on what is the base benchmark on the police action that is, okay, the stats that come out of the police action? Because you said it's around 13%, it has increased. Crime detected on the base feeling is that 13% is maybe still a bit low. We need to increase a bit on it during the Valum Goti or activities and operations on the illegal. There's we are not doing correctly, because it means there's no follow-up on the action taken on the foreign nationals, or there's no prosecution, or there's no action that actually gets done. Because this number, 532, for me, it's a lot. So there must be something that we add on Operation Valum Code that helps us to deal with those that we arrest and who are not here and who are not here legally and who are not documented. We need to do it. And my last point for now will be the issue on kidnappings. You know, I know that, but what other ways that we can be able to do besides raising awareness, being cautious, raising awareness, Member San? Because it can't just be that it should be the action of the police. Maybe the visibility can help, but ultimately we need to have some way that is outside maybe the hands of the police or the responsibility of the police, but what the communities themselves would have to do and what drives it. I know that the issue usually it's the ransom, particularly in some cases, but in others it's just general car hijacking and criminality. But the one that deals with ransom, there must be a way, Member San, that the community itself can be able to, because there's something that draws criminals into this action. But overall, thanks for the work that you're doing. And it just shows that if we can really, real sense, increase our intensity in many spaces and the functionality of police, we can actually do much better. Over to you, PC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Maybe let me say, we really appreciate on some words of encouragement which we get from the members of our portfolio committee. Having said that, we have taken note of the honorable member events. We know for the fact that within that space, there's where you are, there's quite a number of challenges, but if our effort is noticeable, we really appreciate. And also, honorable member Maluk, yeah, we really appreciate these positive comments, which gives us an encouragement, but not limited to the two, because the two, they specifically made a comment in terms of thank you, and also all other honorable members. Yeah, to come to the questions, Honorable Son, indeed, during my address, I clearly indicated that kidnapping is a problem. But what has to be noted is that why Johannesburg? Johannesburg, we know for the fact that is serving most of the police stations. The province is serving 145 police stations. Out of 145, 42 police stations comes from that district, followed by Ekurhuleni, which is 39, and then Tshwane. Even if you look on the contact crimes, the presentation by the brigadier, clearly you could see the pattern in terms of your contact-related crimes. Contact-related crimes, Johannesburg is carrying a heavy weight, 38%. The districts which follows is Ekurhuleni with 23.8%, and then followed by Tshwane, 23.3%, somewhere there. When you look on the 17 is the broader categories of the crimes, you'll again realize that the district, it's having high percentages, followed by Tshwane. I think Tshwane is somewhere there, 26, and then Ekurhuleni 24. But the Johannesburg is serving quite a number of police stations. And so most of the activities there are within Johannesburg district. What is that, what we are doing in terms of kidnapping? The Honorable Chair is also concerned. I should think we are concerned as members of the South African Police Service. Proactively, we're having the National Anti-Kidnapping Team, which we have linked with National Head Office, with quite, I would say, capable members of the South African Police Service from National Head Office. Our organized crime, which is led by Brigadier Khopani, we're having the members, those who deals with that. We also have your E2 project. I think I quoted that E2 project is Eyes and Ears, which is linked to the security industry, Business Against Crime, South Africa. In that way, we have resolved quite a number of cases with the security industry, as we try to pair together in terms of the assistance, also the technology, more especially the one linked to this issue of withdrawal from the ban. We have resolved quite a number of cases because we are in a position to can monitor as and when this happens, to say there's a withdrawal, maybe in whatever location. We have also resolved this in terms of the hijacking, where we could also instantly go to those areas in terms of the technology. The Premier, I was in a cabinet Lekgotla, the Premier reflected in terms of technology to say, what about the technology? But I did not answer too much at the cabinet Lekgotla. I wanted to do one-on-one in terms of certain things. So this kidnapping, for example, we had one in Kliptown, which was for the Chinese national, of which we have rescued. And I think an honorable member knows. In that instances, we went to a specific, I will say garage, a filling station. The technology helped us, we could see the cars there. And that instances, we ended up cracking that case. It was a big syndicate. As you say, we must dismantle it. We ended up, I think, arresting almost nine DC, 9 of those people who were syndicate connected to quite a number of cases. GP cases, they were involved in these kidnappings. So we ended up now, I will say, cracking down that particular case. But the problem which we have is that these issues, they come, you know, oftentimes these people, they regroup. One other case, it was the kidnapping, which was linked to, we had rescued a person, I think in Lens, where we ended up arresting a person with an Audi A3. We followed it up, Parktown, of which the embassy knows in terms of that. They even said they request that the members must be acknowledged in terms of the work of which they have done. We interacted in terms of shooting, and 3 of those people were fatally wounded. So we understand the frustration the community are having. But one other thing is that as and when we're having this getting reported, is that as a provincial commissioner, because I get a lot of this, when people they are frustrated, they think the PC will resolve this kidnapping. So I get a lot, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. So I'm having a team on which I activate through the center, 10111 center. I don't want to be blamed to say we reported to the PC, and what is the record in terms of this. Then from there, the 10111 center, the commander for RRS, Rapid Response in the province, he is responsible for quite, I would say, a lot of resources. Your highway patrol of this, the young girl of 9, almost 10. The girl was having a watch. We were in a position to can follow in terms of that technology, up until to Orlando, Nomza. And then out of that, they abandoned the car. The car was stolen or hijacked in Westonary. In the car, we recovered AK-47. So that system, it does work, because with that system, we also link with crime intelligence to ensure that the issue of trace and locate has to be activated through crime intelligence. I will not say too much in terms of that. So we do have that strategy which we're really trying to assist our community. And we have so many cases which is resolved. With this young girl, we also managed through intelligence to can get, as to say, the car which was used, it was for somebody else. The DC, together with the embassy, the personnel from embassy, they were camping there in Soweto at Orlando Police Station. We ended up cracking it down, the owner of the car, who is a girlfriend to this one of the suspects. And we ended up getting it right in terms of following up, which was used. But what is really important is that this issue of the ICVPS, the Integrated Crime Violence Prevention Strategy, is something which we have to take. We understand we are primarily responsible for fight against crime, but practically you cannot get a police on each and every corner of the street. So that strategy seeks the involvement of the community. So we're urging the community as well to be vigilant, because some of these incidents which happen, you'll find that the contributing factor, one way or another, it might be the person who is driving this child to school. So you cannot overrule that. So we have really to work together, the community, because if you look on that strategy, there's a lot of things. There's a policing through environmental design. I can mention quite a number of them. Integrated governmental program. That's why I say with this IGR with the MEC Mamabulu, we are moving forward in terms of that. But the other thing is that the E2 project, the security industry, they also assisting in terms of the technology of the drones. The South African Police Service, I think, I haven't taken a stock, but in South Africa, I think Gauteng is having the most of the drone pilots. Yes. It's having the most of the drone pilots. Now we are sitting at 20, and we are having quite few of them, those who will complete the training. It's not an easy training to the drone pilot. It's not that easy. So we also having the drones. I've spoken to the Premier, I've spoken to the HOD in terms of the modalities of some of the drones which they have bought, so that we can just have a look on sharing of those resources, but we are using those resources. Illegal mining, we have to take note that on the side of illegal mining, based on what we have, really we are making a considerable, it might not be satisfactory, honorable members, but we are making a considerable effort as based on this presentation by Brigadier Banda. From slide number, if I'm not mistaken, if you check on this slide number 10, up until to slide number maybe 14, somewhere there, we having levels. The disruptive operations does help, I must tell you, it does help. On the 8th, we had, I think it's the 8th of February, we had like over 1 hour standing engaging the Zamazamas with the National Intervention Unit. We were fortunate, we should have lost one of our members because the bullet grazed this ballistic helmet. If it was not a ballistic helmet, that member should have been gone. So we managed to unset one of the Zamazamas at Blyvoor Schoon Plus in Carltonville. We managed to unset that, so one of them was shot and killed. We recovered 2 AK-47 and over 200 and something rounds. Then following that, on the 11th to the 12th, we had again these people going to a disused mines, because the other programs, other departments must come to them. And out of that, there was no fatality, but we managed to recover 2 AK-47 and a rifle. Activities, we are in a position to can say we are making considerable progress. But having said that, those are disruptives. The level 3 to 5, which cash and gold nuggets to over 700,000. You'll have seen in Sandringham there, when you move on slide number 12, your slide number 12 there, I'll just cite 2 in Krugersdorp, which is West Rand. We had this amalgam with an estimated value of 7 million. We arrested 1%. So that's level 3 to 5, because you're having, in terms of the region, you're having it in terms of national and then cross-national. Krugersdorp again, amalgamated with an estimated value of 30 million. 7 people were arrested. We are making considerable, impact, though it is something which one cannot say it is satisfactory to the members of the public and the representatives for the community and honorable members. The sole element, I have indicated before I came here to say, in Gauteng, the deployment was made before the actual date, on which the actual date of deployment is undertaken from the state president of South Africa, if there has to be a renewal. So that deployment has since taken place. I've even given a few examples in Gauteng. But what we have is that on Friday I'm having accountability session where the operational members has to account on the issues of illegal mining, on the issues of tactical intelligence, like my intelligence, the issues of cash in transit ties. So out of that meeting, when we're done, we're having the operational matrix which determines to say where must we operate based on the intelligence led. So they are being deployed, and I've indicated that the defense or the South African National Defence Force, they are not in there to do the actual work, is to make sure that the safety of the members of the South African Police Service, it is there. The chairperson raised a concern in Alexander. I should think that is one lesson of which members of the South African National Defence Force have learned in terms of the lesson. They are deployed with the senior members of the South African National Defence Force. We hope that they will take care of that. Report visible. You have to take note that I said this to the Premier. As a provincial commissioner, I have dedicated full 2 days in a week where national top 30 for 40 for the province, so that we can be in a position to can take informed decision to which stations are we going. I was there in terms of being there in the morning. I take a holistic presentation. The chairperson has been in some of these meetings. I can't still remember whether the chairperson joined us on the ground or on the briefing session. But that profile for the station is in detail. It also look into the issues of the resources and make sure that where we have to give attention, we have to give attention. We're affected in terms of vehicles which are in the garage. I move with the garage manager for each and every place where I go, so that they can explain to say why this car is taking so long, why this one, and I can tell you in that interaction, it's not a nice meeting for the garage manager because we have to ensure that the vehicles has to be out there to serve the community. The gangsterism, you'll have realized during my address, I cited this one case where we got a conviction. I will admit that we're not doing enough in terms of that, because I even had a special meeting where I indicated to Brigadier Khopani to say this conviction is a very good conviction. I even sent it to the National Commissioner. The National Commissioner said to me, good work, but this is a gang related. Why we don't see a conviction for racketeering? So based on the project, undercover project which we're having with the intelligence currently, we're just waiting for a takedown for this undercover project. I will not say who, but it is across the board, and it is interprovincial. So when we take down, we take down. I said we must follow that system. But when they brief me, they say this fellow, Booty, he was not having any substantial property or whatever. But I says I'm not satisfied if I don't see any charge on which this individual is convicted in terms of racketeering, taking these properties. But we are really working hard on that and to ensure that these people, they have to be really affected when we got them. So that one, we are really moving forward with it. Honorable Member Melder, the crime intelligence. Yesterday I was at the Board of Commissioners. After that meeting, I had to meet the National Commissioner and present something with my provincial head, crime intelligence. And I was with the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal. He passed the comments, he says, yeah, you are lucky. At least you come here with your intelligence. Me, I don't have. So, nevertheless, there were articulations relating to these issues of almost all members of the South African Police Service in Gauteng. They are working for cartels. So that statement, we have taken note of it, and from there, there's steps of which one have taken in terms of linking up with the National Commissioner. But what I have to say is that if, because I said 702 wanted to interview me, I said this report was not shared with me. So, but what we have to take note is that our crime intelligence, my provincial head, is having a dual reporting. He reports to me, he reports to the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence. So for whatever report comes out in this province, is coming from him. So I had to interact with him, and I could not get that sense. But since now, we are having in-depth briefing in terms of related to those issues. Like, when was it? The day before yesterday? Tuesday, since 8 o'clock, or since 9 o'clock up until almost 4 o'clock. It was a briefing by crime intelligence for projects which we are working on. There was no phone. Honorable Member Son, he tried to get hold of me, could not get hold of me because the phone was not with me. So because the staff were talking there, it was quite a serious stuff. So we did not want that process to be compromised. So I can assure you that most of the things, you'll see them as we uncover them. The other thing is that, Honorable Melder, yesterday we were on the board of, it was special board of commissioners. We were called in that meeting, hey, it's taking very long. So, but we were called at 11 o'clock. One of the aspects is that for Gauteng, we have to deal with the task team similar to the one which is currently working, of which they appear in these commissions. So we have since established one based on that broad concept. So one of the issues which I was going there, it was to present to the National Commissioner. So we have that one in place, but we have unveiled the national strategy in fighting organized crime, where we have to look on the car hijackings, like in Gauteng, kidnappings in Gauteng. We have to have a specific teams dedicated to deal with this issue in order to deal also with the kidnapping. Part of the funding, the state president of South Africa have announced the 1 billion to the South African Police Service, which will use, but it will be used across the country. So it will be used for those specific problems of which we have. I even said to the National Commissioner when they present, I says, hey, But here in Gauteng, I see everything is appearing. Yeah, it's appearing except stock theft. So hey, it means, yeah, no, we have a serious challenge. But indeed, Gauteng, out of the 9 provinces, we are carrying the highest percentage in terms of the contribution of the crime. Though we are seeing a reduction, we are carrying 26.1%. Other provinces which follows is not even 20. I don't want to mention the provinces. You find that I'm tape recorded, and then people will put specifically that saying on TikTok. So it will end up now creating problems. But what I can say is that other provinces, you'll find that their percentages, portion of their percentages is 17, 18, those who are following Gauteng. Then others is below 8, others is even 5, others is even 3%. So we're having a high volume in terms of our crime, but we know most of the population there in Gauteng is around or not less than 16 million, while the province which follows us, there's a difference of 5 million. And then there comes the others, it's more than 5 million. So we have to, to take note of that. Then Mthombeni chairperson, the crime, we know for the fact because once a week we are having the top management meeting, and then we discuss about the issues of crime within those districts. Taking into consideration the crime, the benchmarking of how do you get a decrease, how do you get an increase, is based on the previous year's reported crime. So you'll find that Mthombeni, in terms of the provincial contribution, in terms of contact crimes, they are contributing 7.8%, somewhere there. So unlike Johannesburg, it's 38. So you'll find that the figures is marginal. When it comes to the following year, maybe they've decreased with 1 case and then 2 cases, and then it's making that to be up. But they know for the fact when we come there, whether it's 1 increase or whether it's 2 increase, you have to put a decrease. The district commissioners for Gauteng, all district commissioners, they are in their post in terms of the levels. We're having 5 districts. Maybe I must mention that out of the 5 district commissioners, 4 is females. Ne? Yeah. 4 is females. Yeah. You are waking. Yeah, the honorable members, they are concerned about this crime which is going up. So it must be seen. But so maybe what the other thing which attribute to the line function management, people who have to pull the wagon, is the station commanders. We're having quite few of the station commanders. For example, previously we had, how many was it? Was it 4 or 5? Hillbrow, Diepsloot, Carltonville, Orlando. Those posts are vacant. They have since been advertised. We have done the interviews. I should think not so long, because after we have done the interviews, we send it to head office. Head office, then they do the moderation on those posts. Even shortlisting. When we finish with the shortlisting, they don't just take that list. They go and check it and send it back to us and say it's approved. So based on that, we have dealt with that. We just are waiting, because the other posts for lower levels, they've just been announced, of which we have appointed not less than 11, the full colonels. the full kennels post. So we are waiting on that one, but the recent vacancies, there is a recent vacancies because of people who retires. We have in the Johannesburg so far town, of which it still have to be advertised, and they will take that process flow. I know this question, Chairperson, it's really something which you frequently ask about these, the status or the buildings of the police station. We know for the fact that in terms of buildings, the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, they are responsible in terms of setting up our buildings. We are currently having two projects. The one is Innerdale, of which the police station is almost on its completion. If you go to Innerdale, you'll not like that police station, but you go next door, you'll find that on that side, there's an up structure. We're having Kwatema, which was on the news. Kwatema, which was on the news, we went there with the National Commissioner, with the then DG for Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Though there are quite a number of challenges when we get there, because the cities, sometimes they agree to say we'll do this, we'll do that. When you go deeper, now when we have to do the list, you find that the price is skyrocketing, is over the roof. But that one of Kwatema, the construction is underway in terms of those structure, which will be very much helpful, because that police station was not okay. So, and we go according to the list. But the maintenance, we are also taking care in terms of day-to-day maintenance, because there's such a budget which the stations has to use. Foreign national, no action. Chairperson, with the foreign national, in the country, we are the highest compared to any other province, week in, week out, in terms of arresting the foreign nationals. The issue of no action, we have to take note that the process flow for foreign nationals is that as and when we arrest them with Home Affairs come to the police station, they must do the process flow. They must come and check and confirm whether these people are illegal or not. Then they issue 212 statement. It's like somebody who specializes within that field. I think you have heard in these commissions, one of the experts in terms of analyzing these firearms to issue the statement 212. When the statement 212 is issued, the following day they are prepared to go to court. If you happen not to have a 212 statement, when they go to court, they're just going to say, we don't have this, and then they get released. Then from the court, after that process of the court, then they are referred to the repatriation center. Repatriation center is just here in Krugersdorp, Lindela. So that's the main. And then from there, Home Affairs take the process flow. I think you have once spoken to me to say, don't we have the mechanism after we have deported them? We must check whether they must not come back and all those other things. That's why this ICVPS has to play a role. Department of Border Management Authority has to deal with that. But I should think it's the challenge of integrating these systems, so that if we are the South African Police Service, maybe we happen to take the fingerprints, we can see this particular individual. We have once deported and the person is coming back. But that one, the department has to assist in terms of that. In terms of visibility, we are, of course, there in a visibility, but there is recently this TikTok video, they even take the pictures of the members during COVID. You can see this person is wearing a mask there. They said, yeah, there is the most corrupt police official. Within Johannesburg and Hillbrow, they are taking between 500 and 5,000. But having said that, I have engaged my crime intelligence. I said, this is the position. And we are dealing with that. But some of these postings, they are not necessarily what it is happening, but some of the issues, it is for real, of which we are working on it. But we are happy that the community gives us, because when I go to the meeting on Monday, the Provincial Commissioner of Gauteng is the one who answers too much about the TikTok, because any TikTok, I must go and explain myself there. And yourself, Honorable Chair, you know, you send me a lot of TikToks. So, but it is helping, it's keeping me on my toes. I don't sleep. Sometimes the chairperson send it at 12 o'clock somewhere there. Yeah, that is the position of illegal mining. I think I've touched on this one in terms of our role and the ICVPS. But really, if we can employ this ICVPS and we make sure that we also participate, because in some other instances, even where people are waiting for government, when I appear, I get more questions than any other person. I even said in Cabinet Ukhuta, but I said it lightly. If we can so enthusiastic in terms of posing the question and participate also in the fight against crime, I think we can go somewhere. So let's work together. We appreciate for the question, which will make us to improve on some of the category. We really appreciate. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, PC. I think that was adequate response. I'm not sure if the Department of Community Safety want to say something on this point before I ask that we have a body break whilst we do the other formal things that we need to do. We have to excuse the DS. She's not feeling well. She had to come here today because we needed to do the signing of the MOU. So I forced her out of bed. Don't look at me, I'm not that cruel, but it's work that needs to happen, PC. If we have to do work, we must do work. And I'm not sure if there's any comment from the department. Thank you. Yeah, I think PC, we have covered most of the issues. Ourselves, Member San and members, we might have to engage the community that is hard hit by kidnappings, just to have a conversation on some of the methods and things that needs to be put in place, and also understand, you know, the extent of the issue of the community. But it's something that we can discuss outside this. You know, PC, the integrated strategy on crime prevention, in actual fact, is one of the key driving forces that we can use to push for service delivery in our municipalities. You know, we need to find a way on how we can be able to influence and push the municipalities to just provide the basics. You know, if there's lighting, grass is cut, there's adequate markings of houses, you know, street address, home address. You know, half of the problems that citizens complain about service delivery might be provision of water, because if the police station doesn't have water, then there's a problem. But if it's part of crime fighting, it makes it easier for even the general township or the informal settlement to get water, you know, if we use it. So we must use our influence and use part of the frameworks that we have to just push, nudge the municipalities to just do the basics for us to fight crime. But I think generally the citizens will be much happy. I'm going to request that we take a small comfort break, but also request the Commissioner to join us in here just for pictures, and say it's a small thing on just the signing of the MOU, the Speaker, and Dr. Maposa will be the one that do the actual signing. So we'll come back to the meeting at around 12:25. Thanks. presentations, which I think it's only 2 metros who are here. They're going to present their statistics on the work done on the period under review, which is October 25 to December 2025. And after that, we're going to receive brief presentations from IPID and CIRA, and then we'll take a round of comments and questions. And definitely, we are going to then go for a proper session of the meeting, which I think most of us normally, if it's good food, we look forward to. So thanks again for coming in and rejoining us after the break. Let's start with the metro, the place of peace, Ekurhuleni, the statistics and everything.
Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, PC, senior management of the South African Police Service, metros, councillors, all protocol observed. I am Cebisile Ximba, Deputy Director in the EMPD, and I will be doing this presentation, giving the feedback of our previous quarter 2. Maybe just to save time, Chair, let me just pass on this one, on the first slide and continue on this one. The Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department continues to drive its mandate of ensuring public safety, traffic management and law enforcement excellence across the city of Ekurhuleni, guided by the departmental business plan. The EMPD monitors its progress and operational effectiveness through series of key performance indicators that reflect both on its strategic direction and its day-to-day operations in the communities. This was our budget, Chairperson, in our quarter 2, as it is reflected the OPEX and CAPEX and the total and the budget allocation for that quarter. And our budget, Chair, is not actually divided according to our functions, rather it is spread across the functions that we have. And that was the total expenditure for the previous quarter. With regards to staff complements, Chairperson and the members, we have a total of 3,049 members, of which 143 is our support services, our back office, and 2,906 is the total number of operational members. Chairperson, with the key performance indicators, with regards to the number of functional partnership in human settlement, I will just concentrate on the quarterly target and the total number of operations. The total target on this one is 20, and we managed to do 32. The number of criminals that were arrested in that quarter, the quarterly target is 350, and we managed to do 1,836. The number of EMPD crime prevention operations executed, 20, that was the target, and we had 34. The number of operations conducted at identified hotspot, we had a total of 35. The number of social crime prevention awareness campaigns conducted, we had a number of 178, and the number of interventions implemented to reduce crime and related incidents, we had a target of 105 and we executed 198. With regards to the number of violations recorded in respect of EMPD bylaws, that one, Chair, we just made an error on that one. The target is 750, but you will see on the next slide. The number of operations by law conducted, we had 45. This slide just actually explains the previous slide. I will jump this one, Chairperson. With regards to approved by law compliance, we had a total of 45 SDPIPs, Chairperson. As I was saying, we will have a look on this slide that were conducted during the slide. I will also indicate, Chair, that it's not just the SDPIP that we're conducting, but we have our day-to-day operations whereby the joint operations with other stakeholders and with our sister departments, which also includes the spaza shop taverns and other by law related operations. With regards to operations at identified hotspot, we had 35 SDPIP, also our day-to-day operations that we conduct on the day. With regards to conduct crime prevention operations, we have 62 SDPIPs that were conducted, and with regards to joint 34 SDPIPs. Performance metrics, Chair, maybe I just need to indicate on this one, we had a serious in terms of addressing the challenges that we are currently having, and that was our IGR chairperson meeting that was held in the district Ekurhuleni, and our MMC was present. So you will see a better stats when it comes to pedestrians once we have started operationalizing the plans that were actually guided by the district commissioner on that day. With regards to the discontinued notices, we had 523. Registration plates, we have charged 6,085. Moving violations, 9,262. Safety belts, we have done 27,006. Stop signs, we have 17,872. With regards to cell phones, we had 2,779. These are our social crime prevention activations, Chairperson. We had a total of 178 operations that were conducted with regards to social crime, whereby they go to schools and any other programs with other law enforcement agencies, including the Gauteng Traffic Police, the South African Police, and other role players, whereby they do joint operations. These are our feedback with regards to the protest and the demolition of the illegal structures. On this one, we had 3 that was violent in October, and 1 that was, and 161 that was non-violent, 1 in November, and 120 in November, and then we had 71 non-violent, which is a total of 352 protests that we have actually protest, as well as the demolition of the illegal structure. The commissioner mentioned, Chairperson, in one of our IGR workshop that we do that immediately. We do not wait for 48 hours for a structure so that we can get a court order, but as soon as our land invasion spots an illegal structure, they deal with it at the spot immediately. Those were the meetings that were attended with regards to crime combating forum in the district, the DCCF, as well as the CPF. With regards to the arrest, Chairperson, the drunken driving, we had 154. Let me just concentrate on the totals, Chair, to save time. For the previous, for Q2, we had 437. Reckless and negligent driving, we had 243. Drugs-related cases, we had 148. Other arrests, we had 378. Illegal mining, we had 13. Illegal immigrants, we had 967. Red dockets, we have 173. Speed violations, we had a total of 184, which is a total of 2,543. The recoveries, Chair, with regards to the stolen motor vehicles that were recovered, we managed to recover 106 motor vehicles, and with regards to firearms, we recovered 38 firearms in that quarter. This is, was our festive season launch, Chairperson, that was actually conducted not far from our district in Ekurhuleni. So whereby the Executive Mayor, MMC, the GTP, SAPS were part of the launch. With regards to the events, Chair, we conduct actually, or the city also holds events in the city. Some of them that were actually conducted in October, we had 4, and that was the monies that we recovered through events. And in November, we had 5, and in December, we had 8, which is a total of 17 for the previous quarter. This is the feedback, Chair. In the division, we have a security and loss control, which actually take care of the infrastructure in the city, who concentrate in cable theft. We had 8 cases that actually suspect that were arrested for tampering. These cases, Chair, includes the cable theft, possession of suspected stolen property, possession of stolen goods, tampering with essential infrastructure. So it was 8 in October, 8 in November, and 1 in December, which is a total of 17. Furthermore, Chair, the types of actually operations, disconnection of illegal electricity connection. On top of that team, Chair, we had a team also that actually works with our energy department on day-to-day basis, whereby they go and disconnect the meters, do illegal disconnection of electricity. But for bigger operations, let's say maybe if one needs to hit Makulong, then that will be a planned operation with all the relevant role players. And on this case, the SAPS POP will take lead, and we will actually support our energy department. So we have conducted 562 for the past quarter, and the revenue enhancement operations, most of these of which it's the businesses, then we had 22. With regards to fine administration, Chair, there is a progress that has been made with regards to ILEMS. Performance and reliable have been improved noticeably. Minor challenges, though, still arises. However, these are addressed to resolve the daily basis to ensure minimum disruption to operations. The challenges that we're still encountering with regards to this is the details of the inquiry regarding the Section 341 notices, which are incomplete and missing information, and unable to print warrants currently. And then the absence of camera speed for law enforcement. The committee, the chair maybe will actually remember that we do not have the service provider currently when it comes to the back office, but the city is dealing with it utilizing our ICT department. And then the ARTO, which is supposed to start on the 1st of July 2026, there is progress, Chairperson, although we as metros are going to lose a lot of money immediately when we start with this ARTO project. Yes, we are struggling, but we are going to struggle even more because they talk of 20-80%. So maybe the chairperson can assist in terms of relooking at the ARTO and how then maybe the municipalities can be assisted. But yes, we have trained our members The only thing that is remaining, Chair, is that we have actually stopped the training so that immediately when it starts, members doesn't have to go back again for training. With regards to the vehicles, we have impounded 448 vehicles and in October, and then we released 384, and that's 781 monies that actually came into our vote numbers. And in November, we had 279, 224 were released, and that's the amount that we achieved. December, we had 352, and then 261 were released, and we had almost 500,000. So that's the total amount that we had for the previous quarter. We also impound, Chair, the trailers. So most of them, they are illegally advertising in our area. You will find them mostly next to the traffic lights, big trailers, beautiful trailers, who have bypassed the systems to avoid to be charged. So immediately when we spot them, we impound those trailers. And in October, we impounded 38, and 31 was released. And in November 30, 25 was released, and that was with the monies that were coming in our vote numbers. And then in December, we had 46 and 27 were released. And that's the total amount of the monies that we achieved. With regards to fatalities, Chair, we had 32 cases. In October, 14 pedestrians, 11 driver. These are fatalities, Chair, and 11 passengers, 1 motorcycles, and then 2 cycles, and 39 in total in the month of October. As Chair alluded, that the pedestrians, specifically on our freeways, they contribute a lot in the fatalities in the city. Hence, we are really going to look into it and ensure that we continue with our pedestrians operation as we were doing before. And then in November, we had a total of 35 cases. In December, we had 19, and the total was 93. Integrity management, anti-corruption strategy in the department, we had a number of 47 cases that were reported in the department against the officers. And then the number of complaints closed due to lack of evidence, 1 in that quarter. And the number of disciplinary cases finalized, we had 4. And disciplinary cases pending, 6. Some of them, Chair, that the pending one, sometimes we need to trace, yes, we do have a backlog. I think I have to indicate that to the chairperson. So then we'll find out that the complainants maybe changed their numbers and we try to locate them. So, but we are pushing on this one and we are winning on this one. And sometimes they lose interest in the cases. The number of cases investigated and referred for disciplinary hearings, we had 5. And 5 which was formal, Chair, and then 1 which was informal. Members on suspension, we had 3. Civil claims processed, we had 7. Number of dismissed members, we had 2. Those, this is the breakdown of the cases that we received, which is 16 conduct unbecoming EMPD vehicles. We had 4 which involved our vehicles, corruption, it's 7, and the shooting, which is 5. IP'd negative report, we had 1. IP'd positive, we had 1. Accident, we had 3. Impoundment, we have 1. EMPD equipment, we had 1, and then failed to perform duties, we had 1, and 7 claims. These are the challenges, then, Chair, that we are still facing. Some of them, we are still facing these ones, and some of them we reported them in the previous quarter, and they are still existent. So I think I will pause there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you get Tshwane? as we are preparing, maybe we need to also make sure that our meetings are gun-free. But we do understand that it's important to get strapped up sometimes. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Ngiphinde futhi ngibingelele indlu yonke ngokulingana kwayo. Starting with thank you so much. Honorable Chair, Person Bob Bandile Masuku, and members, thank you so much for the opportunity to present our performance as a city of Tshwane, but also let me acknowledge the presence of all the generals that are here, particularly the 4 female generals and in Gauteng. And General Tine, my general in the city. The general who will wake me up anytime and give me instructions. Thank you so much. And Deputy General Kakana, thank you so much for giving us an opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly go back to what Brigadier Chakalani presented and Brigadier Benda. I think Lieutenant General Tine, it is an indictment to us as a team to say there are areas where we are contributing as Tshwane, but then I know that together we are going to ensure that next time when Brigadier Chakalani and then Brigadier Benda present, we are not one of the contributors as well. But then we are not bad, I know. The other thing that I want to emphasize, Honorable Chair, last when we did our presentation, you questioned our performance as well, not in a bad way, positively by the way. You wanted to know what informs our performance. And then I'm happy to indicate to you that the municipalities' performances are aligned to the IDP, Integrated Development Plan, that gives birth to the SDBIP, the Service Delivery Budget Implementation Plan. Now, those two are parents to the performance. So as a city, we are expected to have performance indicators aligned to the IDP. And then sometimes when we perform, yes, we are able to outdo ourselves. We perform even more than we are expected. But then also this talks to the PFMA colleagues, all of us, the what we call the MFMA as well, Public Financial Management Act. Our presence here, the uniform that we wear, the cars that we are driving, we need to account to the community at large and ensure that indeed we give stats to our performance, all of us equally so. Having said that, this is our performance as a city. As we indicated that this is Q2 performance. Now, I would not also be going to the index much, although I'll have to indicate that, there was a request that we also touch base on the CSF's, the Community Safety Forum. Now, on the index there, I also have the Community Safety Forum. I will touch base on the status quo. Those are our objectives, members, delivering community-based policing that is intelligent, evidence-based, and data-driven at the regional level, and then streamlining organizational process by developing and implementing technologically based integrated police management system. So we also looking forward to one day becoming paperless enforcement officers, and so that we are not left behind in terms of technology. Innovative, multifunctional and holistic solutions to safety and security challenges across the city. And then we are also striving to build an organizational environment that promotes service delivery and institutional growth as expected by Section 152 of the Constitution. Fostering sustainable community and inter-organizational relationship, ensuring good governance through improved accountability, responsiveness and integrity. Those two, all of us, we know that they talk to the Ministerial System, Municipal Systems Act. This is what we are expected to perform. Staff complement, ever since the war has started, we are lucky to still have a total strength of 5,181 members, and administrative is 245. And then we also have asset protection officers that are responsible to guard the city's assets. They are 1,309. Operational TMPD members, they are 3,627. Deputy Director Ngobile, you have 5 billion rands in your municipality. Well, we have less this time. We have 4 billion rands allocated to us to fight the scourge of crime in the city. 4 billion rands, 161 million rands. And then from that amount, on the OPEX is given 4 billion rands, 158. We don't have much on the CAPEX, as you can see, members. Now, the budget breakdown by component, different components, bylaw enforcement component, crime prevention component, traffic law enforcement, and support services. Now, the bylaw enforcement, we carry that monumental responsibility to ensure that the city is clean so that we are able to attract investors. We have 50 million rands allocated to the bylaw enforcement. Crime prevention has two categories. Functional policing, which is regional policing. We gave it 1,149 million rands. This is where the regions are, all 6 regions that covers the 360 square kilometers of the city of Tshwane. And by the way, the city of Tshwane is one of the biggest cities with the population more than the country of Botswana. If you visit Botswana, the whole population there is 2.4 million. So whereas the city has 4 million residents plus. So you can imagine. Now we've got 1 billion allocated to those regions. Specialized units, we're talking about the freeway units, the speed law enforcement, the motorbikes, and the other units that are specialized, like public order policing. We allocated it 474 million rands to operate with. On the extreme right, I've got so far, this is the amount that the bylaw has used, 26 million. And then crime prevention, both functional policing and specialized, they've used 533 million. Equally, so 224 million is used from those units. On the traffic law enforcement, we also allocated it 1,713 million rands. And then already we are on 810 million rands with them. Support services, 683 million rands, Chair. The number of vehicles allocated to us, it is 731, and those that are still performing on a daily basis, there are 522, whereas those that are in the garages, in and out, it's 209. Straight to the performance, operational performance, the last quarter, the number of road policing operations, interventions executed, we were expected to perform 95. We did 159, which is the actual. Coming back to the number of specialized road policing operations, as I've indicated, specialized units that are responsible for the freeway, speed law enforcement, and truck weighing. They were expected to perform 114. They did 116. Number of regional bylaw police operations, 77 was the target, 101 was the actual performance from those units. Number of specialized bylaw policing operations, 53, and then they equal the number to 53. Number of regional illegal dumping operations, which was a call from the Premier to say we can't allow the province to be looking dirty as it was. We are also contributing by ensuring that there is no illegal dumping in the areas. Hence, we have this illegal dumping operations where we had 61 operations on that. We also had a number of regional crime prevention operations interventions executed. 186 was our target. I'm happy to announce that we passed that number to 206. Number of specialized crime prevention operations interventions executed, 225, and that was the target, and then they actually performed 231. Now, the specialized crime prevention unit, Honorable Chair, it is the unit that is called when the region is struggling with a particular crime. Then they will come and assist to saturize it, and then to actually deal with the particular crime, and they will leave the region to manage that immediately after the intervention. So they basically work like a catalyst to fasten the reaction to deal with that particular crime. The number of illegal cable theft operations, 32, they did 33. The number of Metro Police educational awareness interventions executed focused on the empowerment of the vulnerable groups, starting from the cocomelons, the babies and children at schools, and the elderly people. The target that we had is 127. Chairperson, we did 132. Percentage response to land invasion within 48 hours. I must emphasize this, on the city council property. So the reason why I emphasize it is because of Chairperson, we continue to have challenges with land that does not belong to the city, perhaps a provincial land and national land and private land as well. So the contractual obligation that we have with the security companies that are assisting us to patrol this, they are supposed to check council property as well. Number of patrols of all vacant municipal land and land invasion, they did 7,560 patrols. Some patrols are done on an hourly basis, hence that number. But then you will see that we underperformed there. The reason it is because of there was a time where the contract ended up, and then when the security companies came to be contracted to the municipality, so there was that period of handing over. Hence, that amount was less as expected. Community safety forums. Now, Chairperson, one of the most beautiful stakeholder collaborations you can talk about is the CSF. And then I want to borrow from you with, I think an hour ago, you said the metros must do their part. I think you were commenting to the PC, and then you indicated that we can do this together if the metros also play their part. But equally so, the PC indicated that yes, business must also come on board, and then also the community and the NGOs. Now, that on its own, it's one of the most beautiful stakeholder collaborations you can think of, and that forms the Community Safety Forum. Now, Tshwane Community Safety Forum was established, Chairperson, in 2014, in line with the national CSF policy, and then a council resolution supporting its establishment was adopted. It was on the 27th November 2014, with terms of reference updated and approved by Mayoral Committee on the 7th July 2021. The stakeholders, as I've indicated, include the TMPD, South African Police Service, CPFs, Gauteng Community Safety, Civilian Secretariat, and various city departments as well. And why city departments? Because the Community Safety Forum, Chairperson, you would remember that by nature, they do not necessarily deal with policing, but then they look at the root cause, the contributing factors. And if the contributing factor is growing grasses, or the grasses that are far much higher than normal, we expect the municipality to come and cut. And if the contributing factor to crime is an area that needs lighting, so that is where the municipality must come in and contribute. Hence, we say different departments as well, and the municipality as well. Now, in terms of the governance structures, cooperation agreement, the City of Tshwane, SAPS Civilian Secretariat for Police Service, Gauteng Department, Community Safety signed. It was on the 10th of October 2024. The agreement establishes the steering committee, technical committee, and work streams. A formal CSF structure and coordination office within the office of the city manager are still pending. We're looking forward to get the assistance from the city manager as well. The challenges that we have, it's no dedicated budget and no staffing allocations for the community safety forum structure currently, and the community safety forums focus remains skewed towards policing rather than long-term evidence-based and safety planning. Poor understanding by stakeholders of the distinction between CSF and CPFs. It is affecting participation because they come there, they get confused sometimes, even after we have blueprinted them and then indicated to them that this is what is expected from the community safety forums. Leadership changes disrupt continuity. Training for new role players is also needed. However, we are not sitting and folding our arms. These are some of the elements of the community safety forums. TMPD and other stakeholders continue implementing safety-related programs, even without a fully formalized community safety forum. You check at the Hammanskraal CBD safety plan developed and launched July 2024, supported by the South African Cities Network and GIZ, a multi-stakeholder Hammanskraal CBD Safety Reference Group, coordinates implementation of various initiatives in the area which falls under Hammanskraal and Themba SAPS precincts. Safety chapter is annually reviewed and incorporated in the Tshwane Integrated Development Plan, as I've indicated that whatever performance that we do is aligned to the IDP. Social crime prevention activities at the school safety, scholar patrol, GBV awareness, and youth outreach. In the current 2025-2026 financial year, the TMPD is implementing a safety ambassador program incorporating participants from the expanded public works program and the public employment program. As I go down to the last slides, integrity management, we continue to have challenges with misbehaving members. Complaints referred for further steps, substantiated complaints we had 16, withdrawn complaints we had 4, unsubstantiated cases we had 104, still under investigation we have 36. Members on suspension 17, and we fired 1, or dismissed 1, perhaps let me put it that way. Members resigned pending disciplinary hearings, it's 0 currently. On the road policing operations, license not displayed, 3,599, very disturbing number. Operating vehicles without number plate, 650, equally so that's a disturbing number. Unroadworthy public transport, especially those that are carrying our cocoa melons, it's 148 operations that we had. Unroadworthy vehicles, 488, and operating a vehicle without license, 2,228. My favorite business of the day is arresting people who are drinking and driving. We had 442, and then 9 stolen vehicles were recovered. Now, Q2 successes on the IBEC operations. We had 64 operations, 407 formal and informal businesses, and then 69 businesses were found to be compliant. 08 prohibition notices on business premises closed, and then 45 electricity and water disconnections we had, and then we had 8 refuse bins recovered that belongs to the city, and then 102 items confiscated, and then a Business Act 261 notices, solid waste 6, health issues 170 fines, fire and safety, non-compliance, we had 11, informal trading, 23. Those that did not comply with fire safety, 27, Health 81, Building Control 6. These are the highlights as I close. I saw one of the seniors here, my boss from Gauteng is here, and then there's my commissioner as well, the premier, and the PC. So these are the highlights: launching of the Provincial's Safer Festive Season operations at Tsakane Stadium in the Ekurhuleni, 17 October 2025. We also have our mayor there at the MMC and our the chief of police. Launch of our TMPD 2025 Festive Season operations in Yesteras Sports Complex. It was on the 28th October 2025. Then we also boost the drunk and driving enforcement members that went for a course and qualified. That's the team that will come across you if you drink and drive in the city of Tshwane. Colleagues, we do not forget our members who passed on. This is a wreath-laying ceremony to honor and remember our colleagues who lost their lives while serving the community. That was on the 29th October 2025. And then a Youth Development and Career Expo through sports held at Hammanskraal Sports Complex, the 31st of October. And then the current one, it's a Tshwane Metropolis Department's Women's Network Forum, and Men for Change held a gender-based violence march in Yesteras at the 25th of November 2025. And then we also, TMPD promoted 40 officers to one of the highest rank of a major. You will remember that there was a major, Thomas Sankara, who went on to become a state president. So that's that rank is the measure, although junior as they are. So effectively on Monday, the 1st of December, we of 40.
And we want to make sure that we are also contributing towards that.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson of the Community Safety Portfolio Committee, Honorable Masugu, members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, I greet you. My name is Keletso Selebalo, representing the Community Safety Department in the city of Ekurhuleni. And in the Q2 performance report, we have been requested to present on our Community Safety Forum functionality and formalization. Okay. So Chairperson and the members, honorable members, so the contents of the presentation are as such. We are going to look at the current functionality of our Community Safety Forum, and we are going to look towards formalization in terms of formalizing our structure. What 12 is in progress. So the positive indicators are that there is strong SAPS leadership support, active participation in Ward 4 and Ward DWs, patrollers, faith-based organizations, Sanka, Tutela and trauma centers, engagement at the Enyandeni Taxi Rank, Eskaleni Primary School, the places listed there. And then in terms of stakeholders, patrollers, crime watch groups, social, the CSF's role as an integrative safety maker of formal CSF policy, budget allocation, resource support, and secretariat arrangements. There's uneven community participation in the wards that are listed there. Coordination breakdown in terms of, and then there are communication gaps, delayed follow-ups, frustration with leadership access, management access. And community safety pressures include but are not limited to illegal mining, bribery allegations, non-compliant taverns, gas cylinder trading, roaming livestock, school disputes, and suspicious business. Then role clarity concerns, which was also noted in the City of Tshwane presentation. There's uncertainty around CSF composition, reporting lines, CPF relationship, and coordination patroller roles. And towards formalization. So the current status of CSF formalization in the city of Ekurhuleni is that it is not adopted as a policy of council. So the Gauteng Department of Community Safety and the city of Ekurhuleni have been engaged in a number of discussions to provide assistance to the city in terms of passing the adoption of the CSF item. It is going through our processes. We are looking to submit to the technical cluster for their consideration, and then eventually it will be passed by the mayor committee and then council. So we are looking that in the next month or two, we will have the CSF policy adopted by council. Then the Growth and Development Strategy Vision 2025 speaks directly to the CSF in terms of the City of Ekurhuleni Growth Development Strategy, GDS 2055, emphasizes social empowerment and effective cooperative governance. The GDCS strategic imperative to remobilize aims to achieve social empowerment, which resonates with the CPF's goal of fostering community-involved initiatives. And this policy scope, which is important to outline, I will focus on the policy scope itself and the CSF functions. The scope focuses on coordination and cooperation, stimulating crime identification and prevention, elevating community safety as a key priority for government, providing training and information to develop good practices for crime and violence prevention strategies. And then in terms of the functions, facilitating for the synergy of stakeholders and assets, facilitating the execution of regular safety audits, which are very important, coordinating safety plan development, coordinating monitoring and evaluating safety programs / project implementation. So this is the overview of the CSF establishment implementation process, where the process will start with the establishment of the CSF through a council resolution. We are hoping in the next 2 months that will be done. The MMC of the community safety will lead the CSF as the chairperson of the forum. The Gauteng Department of Community Safety will be expected to support us, this is a request, to support us as the COE in terms of capacity building and stakeholder coordination. Then the MMC for Community Safety will establish a working group, then appointment of representatives to the CSF, and ideally the appointment should be done by our HODs in the City of Ekurhuleni, representing all of our departments. The COE will develop terms of reference, and then the CSS will develop a safety strategy plan, and this should be linked to our municipal IDP. And in terms of budgeted resources and support systems for CSF chairperson, the pending CSF policy adoption, it will be the responsibility of the COE Metropolitan Municipality to provide appropriate infrastructure, for example, office space, and where possible, logistical support through the municipal budget process. This emphasizes the need for all role players to strengthen their budget inputs to secure dedicated funding from the equitable share and to create appropriate capacity to complement municipalities in local community safety initiatives and interventions. And in this regard, the assistance of provincial treasuries is critical to ensure that funding is ring-fenced and must be subject to compliance, monitoring, and auditing. Then at the beginning of each cycle, each relevant justice, crime prevention, and security cluster sector department, state-owned enterprises, agencies, and other institutions must provide a register of all relevant community safety projects with the CSF, which must be formally captured in the respective municipality or municipality's IDP with full details, such as the project and its objectives, the amount budgeted, and the resources deployed for implementation, pending amendments to the current CSF policy of 2011. And in conclusion, Chairperson, the CSF is a critical mechanism for coordinating crime prevention and safety initiatives in Ekurhuleni. The current structures show strong SAP support and active ward participation, but challenges remain in policy clarity, resource, and consistent community engagement. Formalization through council adoption will provide a clear governance framework, dedicated funding, and institutional support. And in this regard, we hope that by the time we return to report on the quarterly stats, we'll be talking a different story. The CSF policy scope emphasizes coordination, synergy, safety audits, training, and integrated planning, aligning with national strategies and the growth and development strategy of 2055. And then formalization will strengthen cooperative governance, embed safety priorities into municipal planning, and empower communities, moving Ekurhuleni closer to becoming a capable, safe, and socially empowered city. I submit, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think this is just an indication that we are not moving on the issue of CSF. And the department, I'm certain it's part of what you normally report on. And for the reason why we decided that we would have to get from the metros themselves is that there was some indication somewhere in one report that they are functional CSF. So we need to work on it. I think in our next, we need to get a presentation from yourselves on how you are going to assist the metros. You know, that roadmap of Ekurhuleni, it also should come from your side on how we can be able to establish the establishment, the formalization, and with that. I think it's one of the important pillar that we need to correct and make them actually functional. So we will drive that, and we'll expect reports from yourselves. Maybe I want to have one session where we have comments and then we able to get replies, and we then adjourn the meeting. So IPID, it's your turns now. The aim is to have lunch at 2 o'clock. Whilst they are preparing, maybe we just also have to indicate that the department is also owing us that roadmap around the formalization or the repurposing of the crime prevention wardens. And just I think we once hinted on the issue that we might have to have a discussion on how we restructure community policing in the province, in taking into account the presence or the establishment of amabanya-banya, as they are known. So it is a discussion that we'll have to have in the coming future. Are we ready? Can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson of Community Safety, members of the Legislature, Provincial Commissioner and SAPS Senior Management, all government officials, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. This is a presentation for IPID for the third quarter. For the sake of time, I will skip the other slides. I'll go straight to slide number 6, where the statistics of our third quarter are situated. The intake for 2025 third quarter financial year are are as follows. On 28.1A, which is death in police custody, we've got 13 cases. On 28.1B, which is death as a result of police action, we've got 22 cases. On discharge of official firearms, your attempted murders cases, we've got 45. Rape by police officer, we've got 4 there. And rape of a person while in custody, we've got 0. On torture matters, we've got 3. On assault, it's 135. That's the bulk of our work. And on corruption matters, we've got 9. And under 28.1H, we've got 16. That gives us a total of 247 cases. Completed cases. These are cases where investigation was conducted, and some of them were sent to the NPA for decision. And on some of those cases where we sent recommendations to SAPS and MPS. On death in police custody cases, we've got 8. Death as a result of police action, we've got 26 cases. And on discharge of official firearms, we've got 46. Rape by a police officer, we managed to complete 6. And on torture, we completed 5. On assault cases, we completed 175. On corruption matters, we completed 9. And under age, we completed 16. And failure to comply with Section 29 of IPIT Act, we completed 3. That gives us a total of 329 cases. Closed cases, these are cases where investigation has been completed and the outcome, either by the DPP or the court, was received, either declined to prosecute or a conviction or an acquittal. We've got a total of 201 cases, and they are as follows. On 28.1A, we've got 5, 12 on 28.1B. On section 28.1C, we've got 26, 1 rape matter, 1 torture matter, 146 cases of assault, 4 corruption matters, and 4 28.1H matters, and 2 cases under section 33, which is failure to comply with section 29. Referrals to the NPA under 28.1B. 28.1B, death as a result of police action, is your murder cases. We referred 10 cases, and under section 28.1C, we referred 21. Under rape matters, we sent 5, and on assault cases, we sent 102. Corruption, 5 cases. Under age, we sent 6, and failure to comply, we only sent 1. And we've got a total number of 22, and they read as follows. Under 28.1B, we referred 3 cases. Under C, we referred. Under assault, we referred 9 matters. Corruption, 1. Under age, we referred 2. That gives us a total number of 22, 26, 3 under 28.1B, 3 and 3 under 28.1C. Age, that is to our metros, it's a total number of 26 cases. And this table depicts number of, and to the TMPD we send 15. That is a total number of 26. Talks to the number of arrests. On discharge of official firearm, we effected 2 arrests. On rape matters, we effected 3 arrests, and under corruption, we effected another 3 arrests, and under 28.1H, we effected 4 arrests. That gives us a total number of 14 arrests that were effected in the past quarter. Number of criminal convictions, we've got 7. For murder case, we've got 1, and for attempted murder case, we also have 1. Under torture, we've got 1. Under assault, we've got 1. Under corruption, we've got 2. And under age, we've got 1. That gives us a total number of 7. And departmental convictions, we've got a total number of 10. I'll skip straight to the next slide because it actually it gives us a summary, a brief summary. We've got a total number of 10, as you can see there, that under mid-range case, 79 of 10 is a 2019 matter, a rape matter where the member was dismissed from service. Under Dobsonville, case 4499 of 12, 2023, the member was dismissed from service. Richard case 264 of 8, 2021, another dismissal there. Sunnyside case 640 of 6, 2022, rape by a police officer, the member was dismissed. Moroka case 351 of 7, 2023 is an assault case, the member was dismissed from the service. Lenasia case 97 of 12, 2024 is assault GBH, the member was given a final written warning. Orange Farm case 13 of 2, 2025, a rape by a police officer. The member received a sanction of a salary suspension. Sunnyside case 175 of 5, 2024 is an assault case where a member was given a sanction of a salary suspension. Sophia Town case 390 of 5, 2025 is a rape by a police officer where a member received a sanction of a salary suspension. Soshanguve case 463 of 1, 2022, death as a result of police action, the member was dismissed from service. And matters on the court roll, IPID Gauteng on the third quarter, we had 209 cases on the court roll, and it just shows that we are working. And that's the end of my presentation. But our department were tasked actually to make a short presentation in connection with rape matters. So I've got a second presentation, it's very brief, just to paint a picture as to with rape matters that we have at hand.
Chair, if I could ask. Thank you, Chair. Chair, we already can't see what's been presented. It's very small, and I don't think we received it.
Okay, can you get the
sleep?
He's preparing us for lunch. But I think we will circulate the presentation, Tabile.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I'm audible enough. Sorry, Honorable Member. The presentation is as follows. During the 2024-2025 financial year, we received a number of, total number of 27 rape matters. 27, they are listed as below. For the sake of time, I will not read all of them, but on the same year, same financial year, 2024-2025 financial year, we had 10 arrests were made on those cases, and that were direct arrests. Some cases, immediate arrest is not warranted because we firstly need to investigate and satisfy ourselves that we have enough evidence before we effect an arrest. And on the 2025-2026 financial year, from the first quarter to the third quarter, so far we have received a total number of 14 cases. And under those, okay, the number of arrests that were effected is 8, and on the court roll, we have 20 cases in total. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, you said 8 and then 20. 14 received.
14 received. We gave a total number. 14 received. Of rape matters that we have on the court roll is 20.
20.
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, members. Any comments? Plus, I want to appreciate Eguleni and Swane on always being available for accountability in front of the committee. We will write, I think now it's time that we just express our concern about the inconsistency of Johannesburg. And we always host, they are always the host. I think next time maybe we must come to Tshwane with Egulen so that they also, you know, they don't feel entitled that we are always here and they don't come to our engagement. It's an important exercise, this one. Member San?
Thank you, Chair. I fully agree with you. I think Johannesburg has been lacking in their presence. And it's important that what we hear the metros are presenting. I think I would have been more impactful if I had the presentation. But Chair, I just want to go back to the last presentation where the words salary suspended was almost as a punishment to some of the misconduct. Can we get some details? You know, what does a salary suspension mean? Does it mean the member simply doesn't get paid for a month or 2 months for something? And does that even pinch where it should hurt? If it is a serious misconduct, sometimes it may be worth the while not to have a month's salary to get away with it. It's like paying a fine. So that's the one thing. And second thing, Chair, in terms of rape, I don't know if I missed, but I hear there was an underage rape case involved. So can the presenters please just allude us to whether any rape cases by police officers involve minors? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I committed a serious error. I see the private security industry is looking at me with those eyes. You know, when they want you to take out everything in your pockets, in your bag, your belt, your shoes, sometimes your socks. But can you just get a brief presentation from Sarah? Just note the questions on the whole thing. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to you, Honorable Chairperson, Portfolio Committee members, Senior Management of SAPS under the leadership of the PC, Senior Management of Metros, all members present, and protocol observed. Thank you, Chairperson, for confirming that we are not a child of a lesser God. That you, thank you. I'll just be brief, Chairperson, considering the time. I am not going to dwell on the issue of the legislation. However, I just want to indicate that it's in terms of the Act 56 of 2001. So I'll just go straight to the operational overview and the keynotes, the key highlights, Chairperson. Chairperson, in terms of the percentage of the APP target achieved to a total KP of 24, Chairperson, which 20 out of the 24 were achieved, Chairperson. Chairperson, in terms of the inspection conducted of the security businesses, Chairperson, a total of 1,705, Chairperson, were conducted in terms of the security officers, Chairperson. A total of 8,822, Chairperson, inspection were conducted. Chairperson, in terms of the arrest made, a total of 164 arrests were effected. In terms of the operations with our sister department chairperson and other stakeholders chairperson, a total number of 50 operations were conducted, chairperson. And then, chairperson, in terms of the inspection conducted, for firearm inspection conducted at the businesses, a total of 504 were conducted. Chairperson, in terms of the successful prosecutions finalized by our prosecution unit, chairperson, a total of 268 were finalized, chairperson. Then in terms of the amount of fines imposed against the SSP that contravened our act, chairperson, and the prosecution turnaround time, chairperson, we imposed a fine of 10,427,427, chairperson, with a turnaround time of 14 days. Then, chairperson, with regard to the security officers registered, we have registered 42,784 for the quarter. In terms of the business, we've registered 234 for the quarter, chairperson. Then in terms of the new training center accredited, we've accredited 61 chairperson for the quarter. In terms of the training cost report that was captured, a total of 172,827 were captured, chairperson. Then in terms of a successful renewal of the security certificate for security officers, a total of 115,486 were renewed. In terms of the business, chairperson, a total of 1,887 were renewed. Then in terms of the stakeholder awareness engagement, chairperson, a total of 15 workshops were done. In terms of the digital market campaign, a total of 10 were done, chairperson. So, chairperson, in terms of the performance against the output indicators, chairperson, we have four core programs at CIRA, chairperson, which is administration, law enforcement, training, communication, and registration, chairperson. Then in terms of program 1, which is administration, chairperson, we have a target of 9, which 5 were achieved. In program 2, law enforcement, chairperson, we've got a target of 7, which all target were achieved. In terms of training and comms, we've got a target of 7, which 5 were achieved. In terms of registration, we've got a target of 3, which all 3 were achieved, chairperson. In terms of the law enforcement highlights, chairperson, on the inspection and investigation for the quarter, chairperson, on the issue of compliance inspection, a total of 10,507 inspections were conducted, chairperson, of which in a total of 1,705 business were conducted. Then 8,822 for security officers were conducted. In terms of the enforcement investigation, chairperson, we have a total of 1,131, a total of which security business investigation is equivalent to 707, chairperson, and in terms of security officers investigation, 424, chairperson. On the issue of criminal investigation cases, chairperson, we've got a total of 701, chairperson, investigated. Then the ones that are finalized, chairperson, is 197, and cases open, chairperson, is 504, chairperson. In terms of the code of conduct, docket, and prosecution for the quarter, chairperson, docket according to the size of the business, chairperson, we have 449, chairperson, which 267 is for small businesses, 55 is medium business, then 127 is for large business, chairperson. In terms of the improper conduct prosecution, chairperson, we've got in terms of the regulation 3 for notices, chairperson, we've got a total of 246, chairperson. Cases finalized in terms of the COC, chairperson, is 69, and those that were finalized through settlement, chairperson, is 177, chairperson. On the issue of withdrawal and suspension of the security business and security officers registration, chairperson, through our regulatory subcommittee, chairperson, we've got 272 that was withdrawn due to annual fees, chairperson. Then we've got 14 for voluntary withdrawals. We've got 0 for code of conduct. We've got 21 upliftment of suspension. We've got 0 for withdrawal in terms of regulation 5 infrastructure, chairperson. Then we've got 440 registrations suspended for annual fees, chairperson. Then in terms of the security officers, we've got 1 withdrawal. We've got 2 withdrawal at the code of conduct and 0 registration suspension, chairperson. In terms of the challenges and proposed solution, chairperson, in terms of program 2, which is the law enforcement, chairperson, the challenge that we have is the infiltration of the industry organized crime, which we have the extortionist chairperson. It is a fact that the industry has been infiltrated, chairperson. What we are proposing, the proposed resolution solution, chairperson, is to establish an organized crime unit to focus on the code of conduct investigation by organized criminals within the industry, chairperson, as well as to establish a multidisciplinary task team of investigators, data analysts, prosecutors, litigation attorneys, presiding officers, to focus on the pending criminal cases and cases in court, chairperson. And we are looking into implementing this proposed resolution by the 1st of April 2026, chairperson. And the performance will be tracked through the operational plans, chairperson. The second challenge that we have is the usage of vehicles to transport or escort illegal substances by rogue members of the industry, chairperson. We're looking into establishing a visible policing unit and deployment of specialized operation units to target and disrupt the illegal operation, chairperson. A fleet of marked vehicles acquired and awaiting official launch, chairperson, and we will be launching those vehicles from the 1st of April 2026, chairperson, in order to deal with these rogue units, chairperson. The third one, chairperson, is the usage of untrained and adequate trained dogs for substance detections in our key infrastructure, the airport and the port of entries, chairperson. We are looking into establishing a K unit enforcement unit and K9 assessment centers to focus on enforcement of the training standard for the security dogs, chairperson. And the performance will be tracked through the operational plans as well, chairperson. Then another challenge is the employment or deployment of undocumented and registered foreign nationals, chairperson, through the enhancement and collaborations and joint operation with stakeholders. This is already included into our KPI, chairperson. Then in terms of the proliferation of firearms, chairperson, by the industry, chairperson, we have already established a firearm units, chairperson, to effectively, very ineffective, chairperson, since from the 3rd of July 2023, chairperson. It's already formed part of our KPI, chairperson. And another challenge, chairperson, is the use of unlawful that of members of the service is contemplated in terms of section 199 of the Constitution, chapter. In enhancement and collaborations and joint operation with stakeholders such as SAPS and RTMC, chairperson, we are already implementing of April 2025, chairperson. You will understand, chairperson, from the metros that we do indeed see this kind of vehicles even on our road that are pushing members of the public from the road, and the light that are using, chairperson, is not in line in terms of the RTMC. So it's very important that we deal with these matters, chairperson. Chairperson, that will be the end of my presentation. I hope, chairperson, I realize that you wanted us to finish by 1 o'clock, which you pushed to 2 o'clock. I think I've done my best. Thank you, chairperson.
No, you tried. Issue is that the 1st of April, you know, that day is quite problematic. Yeah. If you have something said on the 1st of April, yeah, it might be a joke. But no, just on a lighter note. But thanks for the presentation.
Thank you, chairperson.
Yeah.
It's totally not the meaning of the 1st of April, but we mean it will be effected, chairperson. Thank you very much.
It might be a joke, and I'm not saying anything about the people who are born on the 1st of April.
Thank you, chairperson.
There is a question raised on the issue of the IPIT by Member San. Member Events, anything on this? My questions on SIRA is just the issue of the stats that we are presenting. Are they the national or provincial? And I think I've made my comments on the issue of the CSF. On IP, the worry, I think, and the outrage that has been there was just the involvement of police on the section 28D and 28E. And them being part of the perpetrators of gender-based violence, you know, of rape. You know, it's a do something about it, Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner, because we can't have a situation where the police, are you part of the, do you do quality assurance on the training? And make sure that the benchmark of the.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the training centers that have been accredited are the training centers within the private security industry, Chairperson, which are not in terms of the SACITAs and so forth. In terms of the conducting audit, yes, we do, Chairperson. We do have inspectors that are doing monitoring and evaluation on those training centers, Chairperson, now and then, Chairperson. That will be the answer, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. IPID.
Thank you, Chair. On rape matters, it's we did not actually separate the with a whole lot of information that has been requested. We are still busy with that. We are in contact with our head office and legal services to check if we can divulge such. The first question with regards to the salary suspension will be answered by my colleague. Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you so much. Let me also appreciate the time given without wasting further time. This is Advocate Bob Eddy from IPID as well. I just want to talk to the suspensions and those 3 months or the salary suspensions. Remember, when IPID investigate cases and come up with recommendations, we forward those recommendations, departmental recommendations, to either subs or the metros. After recommending, it's no more upon us to decide as to what is going to happen there. The police, I'm talking about MPS and the subs, are the ones who are going to be looking into their own regulations, checking as to, does the member qualify to be dismissed, given a written warning, or be suspended according to those regulations. Then IPID is now out. We wait for whatever steps that the police will have actually recommended against their own member. So as for the suspensions, 3-month suspensions, salary suspension, that one comes from the police and not IPID. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I was checking the implication of what is called administrative action. Because usually bodies like IPID and all the other investigative bodies, they recommend a sanction, and one of them is it's called administrative action, which in many ways can have a lot of interpretations in terms of fines, in terms of a written warning, you know, and all that. But I think the question comes from the point of view of saying that when a police officer has committed crime or misconduct, let me not say crime, misconduct, there must be some strong action to correct that behavior first. But for those who have done adverse misconduct, it must be something very drastic and stronger. So we are at the last bit of our meeting, and I would like to say that thank you so much, colleagues and honorable members, as we conclude our engagement today. That shows that crime trends presented to this committee offer at least a measured encouragement, but not a basis for the police to be complacent The statistics confirm that the serious and violent crime in Gauteng is declining, particularly in relation, is declining in terms of murders, rapes, robberies, and assaults, which have decreased. And we are also welcoming the proactive policing outcomes, though the question on the benchmark was not responded to, that what is the acceptable benchmark for the proactive policing outcomes. We also want to say that the data also makes it clear that the new and evolving threats require sharpened responses. And we are also concerned with the rise in kidnapping, the increase in cash in transit heist, and also a continued concentration of crime in limited number of police stations and police precincts. It's important also, honorable members and colleagues who are here, that we also say that the 5th of March, 2026, generally the 5th of March internationally, it's a day of disarmament and non-proliferation. This day serves as a global reminder that unchecked spread of weapons fuel violence, instability, and loss of life. In reality, that our communities in Gauteng, they do confront every day. In this context, as a portfolio committee, we wish to reaffirm the importance of our memorandum of understanding that we have signed between the legislature and the country SA. This partnership will strengthen our collective resolve to advance advocacy for a gun-free society, enhance community activation and public awareness drives, and also deepen the legislative oversight over gun-related crimes. And we also have to closely monitor the seizure and the destruction of all the illegal firearms. The reduction of gun violence is not abstract and ideal, it's practical and it's urgent that we need to intervene. The committee remains deeply concerned about kidnapping linked to extortion and organized crime, the use of firearms and explosives in coordinated robberies, in particular Zamazama and the cash in transit heists, and the persistence of domestic violence which continues to rob many households of safety and dignity. The challenges demand integrated crime prevention, combining the efforts of SAPS, the Metro Police departments and social service and all the others in terms of the discussion we had of the CSF. Let me be clear that crime in Gauteng is not spiraling out of control, but progress must be defended and weaknesses must be confronted. Where performance improves, it must be consolidated. Where it falters, it must be corrected decisively. As a committee, we continue to exercise firm oversight, track trends quarter by quarter, and insist on accountability. Hence, on this point, I would like to really appreciate yourselves to present yourself in front of the committee, especially the two metros that have been consistent in their presence, and the commissioner, in his absence. I think I was humbled by the gesture that he actually came, when he had an engagement, a national engagement that I think is quite important for our province to be presented there. The people of Gauteng has a right to live without fear, and that should be all our mandate, and it should be our responsibility. And we are here as a committee to make sure that the standards of living are judged by the success of the actions that we put together in a coordinated fashion. Thank you, colleagues, honorable members, and the meeting remains adjourned until we do a quiet, usually Q4 is a quiet quarter. It doesn't have many incidences except the campus issues, which we didn't have this year. But thank you so much. Lunch is served. Please, let's make sure we finish all the food so that we don't come to Scopa and we have to account that we had a waste full expenditure. Thank you so much. Drive safely.